Good evening. Tonight we're going to be doing the new Halloween event, and then we'll continue our story progression in the main quest. And hopefully we will finally reach that point where the game will tell us that we have to do Crystal Tower, and then we will start on that. Maybe we'll finish it, I'm not sure. But that's the game plan. I think like the Halloween quest can be done in less than half an hour or so, assuming the fact that I'm not like mashing through the story. Because I'm not. But it is something worth doing, because it is an event. Inconveniently though, we logged out in Uldar and not Gridania. Which is where we will need to be. Let me just do this. Let's see, where was it? It was in the theater. There we go. Why hello there! You strike me as the goodly sort of adventurer, eager to help strangers at a moment's notice, and you couldn't have come at a better time. You are eager to help, aren't you? You have my thanks. Now, tell me, does a traveling circus troupe known as the Continental Circus ring a bell? Each year, when it comes time for All Saints' Wake, they set up shop here in town, conducting all manner of suspicious activity. Though they appear to be ordinary performers, each and every last member is a most vile and despicable voidsent. Under the guise of events and festive merrymaking, they carry out acts, both mischievous and malevolent. But worry not, for I have a plan. This year, we shall hold an event of our very own, thereby supplanting their modus operandi. A brilliant scheme, would you not agree? The main spectacle shall be a costume cortege, but for those without suitable guises, my colleagues at the Alchemists Guild have devised a most ingenious solution. A special concoction that will temporarily transform any individual into a most ghastly visage. That is where you come in. You must transform yourself with our potion and speak with the townspeople to spread the word of the event. After giving them a good fright, you will need to dispel the enchantment, thus allaying possible concerns of ill effects from our wondrous brew. 1,000 thanks. I have prepared a selection of 4 elixirs for you to choose from atop the benches beside me. Choose the one that suits your fancy, then go forth and spread word of our costume cortege. When you're finished, let us rendezvous near the Leatherworkers Guild. Best of luck. I can't remember if I believe I took these two when I went the first time. So I guess we're taking these two. Yeah, and I'm saying first time because my main has of course already done it. Your appearance will be changed after drinking the mysterious concoction. After frightening a townsperson in your transfigured state, dispel the enchantment and inform them of the planned costume cortege. I'm pretty sure that the game will automatically inform us to remove the costume too. As I recall, it's a pretty short quest compared to last year. Ah! Don't just stand there, dearest. Do something. Hello. Wait, so you're not a ghost? Shame on you. I was nearly frightened to tears. You were able to transform into that abomination by merely drinking a potion? Well, where might I procure a vial? I'd very much like to pay forward this little prank of yours. You've spread word of the costume Caetsu, but more people must know if the investigator's plan is to succeed. Transfigure yourself once more and continue promoting the event. So we go and do it again. An evil eye with a hat. In the colors of a pumpkin. The most frightening creature in all the land. What an unsettling glare. Has no one ever told you it is rude to stare? Oh my, what a terribly clever disguise. I must say, I did not see that coming. A costume Caetsu? And that alchemical concoction will allow us to masquerade as monsters, you say? If I might see how the world looks from the perspective of a voidsent, and one with a singular eye at that, consider my interest piqued. The townsfolk are abuzz with talk of the costume Caetsu. Rendezvous with the Adventurers Guild investigator near the Leatherworkers Guild and inform him that all is ready. So very sorry to have kept you waiting. I've been gravely busy attending to my own preparations. Tell me, how did you fare? Were the townspeople at all interested in attending the Caetsu? My, it sounds like they were simply trembling with excitement, and to think no small few wished to transfigure themselves. Oh, what a joyous occasion! That they would give themselves so willingly. Why did I never think to simply take this human form before? You're creeping me out. I wasn't fishing for a compliment, but it seems you're giving them out freely.
And I really must thank you for being so gullible. I did not realize there was another clown in town.
Papa Gruff, my darling, it looks like all of your hard work has finally paid off. Indeed, my beloved, all proceeds apace. Once I've finished settling matters here, we shall enjoy a magnificent feast. Dear, oh dear, you appear to be confused. While the effects of the potion I gave you lasted for only a short while, the potion we've brewed for the townsfolk is a touch more potent. With but a single sip, none shall return to their original form. We shall harvest the dread that overwhelms their feeble minds when they discover this truth, and use it to summon forth our brethren. Then we shall have our night of devilry at long last. The Gruffs will be the envy of all Voidsent and live as royalty. All is falling into place, just as I schemed. The creature is motioning at you hysterically. What could it be trying to say? Ah yes, the investigator from the Adventurers Guild. The fool drank our potion with all the concern of a newborn babe. How fitting he will remain just as helpless for the rest of his days. Even as we speak, the townsfolk are lining up to be transformed, blissfully unaware of the monstrous fate that awaits them. And we owe it all to you. Indeed, you've done jolly good work this day. Oh, my sweet, you've never looked more dashing. Seeing as you have matters here well in hand, I'll return home to our little honeycomb and ready a feast for my hard-working husband. Well then, I'd best be off to finish my preparations. 'Twill be a night to remember. Mackerel says, yo, Guild Wars 2 looking a bit strange. I mean, I do believe in Guild Wars 1, necromancers had some quite interesting paint on their faces, but they didn't exactly look like clowns, did they? You poor, poor thing, a lost child at wit's end. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Surprise, it's a gas mask.
Wake, Doctor!
Why do you look at me with such mistrustful eyes, dear? Your dubitation is quite misplaced. There's something off about you. You're in league with Papa Gruff, aren't you? Is this how you always treat newly met strangers? What if I told you I have a remedy to dispel this enchantment? Here, drink this. Given the situation, I do not blame you for being wary of gifts from a stranger, but I will gladly drink it myself should that ease your concern. And then she doesn't. It worked. You have my thanks. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, though I wish we had met under better circumstances. As our fiendish friend explained amidst his gloating, I'm an investigator working for the Adventurers Guild, so exactly what he introduced himself as. I know that red-nosed charlatan would be up to no good. I knew that red-nosed charlatan would be up to no good. Knew he would take advantage of the season's festivities as he did once before. Yet, for all my vigilance, here I am, his very first victim. Oh, the shame of it all, just as a spear piercing my very soul. But thanks to you, I'm free of that foul enchantment. I owe you my life, Miss... I fear you'd sooner forget a name as unremarkable as my own. I am but a passing woman of science. I see. May I assume that you are the selfsame individual who created the remedy? You may indeed. 'Tis a remedy which has required no small amount of fine-tuning. A frog tongue here, a rat's tail there, but I will spare you the details. Rest assured, the townsfolk too shall be returned to their original forms with a sufficient dose. As fortune would have it, I made plenty for everyone in case such a tragedy were to befall the city. Now, if you would be so kind as to distribute the remedy to those in need, investigator? Understood. I know not your motives, but I'll not look a gift chocobo in the beak. This is the best hand we have to play, and I will accept full responsibility for the outcome, whatever it may be. While I attend to the townspeople, may I entrust you with capturing our crafty clown? Stores of the remedy are like to run dry should they claim too many victims. In that case, I will remain here to assist. Excellent. Once I've administered the remedy to the afflicted, I shall await you in Miketsu's amphitheater. It will be no easy feat to apprehend Papa Gruff. I have no doubt he will be expecting you to come after him. That is why I propose you give him a taste of his own medicine with a disguise. Ideally, the guy should be of one dear to him, one whom he would let down his guard around. What's more, I would suggest someone whose appearance you can recall clearly. I did the Mama Gruff last time. So let's do... I don't know if that means the same person, but let's try that. He would never doubt his dear little Gruff. Oh my, his very own son. Well, an excellent idea. Can you say with certainty you can recall his appearance? If not, the transformation will undoubtedly fail. Ah, you but recently laid eyes on his mistress, did you? Excellent, then he will never see you coming. When you're certain his guard is down, give him one of my special cookies. I've baked in an ingredient that will return him to his natural demonic form. Though I wish I could do more to help, I am little more than a simple doctor. An adventurer of your obvious talents is far better suited and accustomed to such risky undertakings. When you're ready, I shall provide you with a dose of my own transformative mixture. So basically, if you say his son, she says, no, become his wife anyway. I get the reasoning, because if you did the event last year, then I believe his son plays a part. But I don't know if it makes a difference whether you did last year's event on your character for that to change. It makes sense in this particular context that it would be most effective to turn into his wife, based on what just transpired. It shan't be hard to locate Papa Gruff. Knowing he prepares for the Night of Devilry, I suspect he will be waiting for more voids sent together. As such, he is most likely hiding in the vicinity of the riverbank, out of sight and out of mind. He will no doubt have returned to his guise as the Adventurers Guild investigator, so as not to arouse suspicion. Now, recall an image of his beloved in your mind's eye, and I shall weave it into reality with the power of alchemy. Remember, once you've found Papa Gruff, use whatever guile you can master to trick him, then offer him my special treat. You'll be transfigured into Mama Gruff. You must remain transfigured in order to progress with the quest objectives. Speak with Wake Doctor to restore or prolong the transfiguration. Is there a time on it? Oh, 30 minutes. I think that'll be fine. When I say given the situation, we know that his wife is out making a nice dinner for him, or some sort of food at the very least, so her coming around suddenly and handing him food would not be a surprise. Oh, my sweet Snurbbleberry, I thought you had returned home. Is aught amiss? Snurbbleberry. Don't tell me, is it because I didn't return your goodbye kiss? You know I'm easily flustered. Besides, my love, our plans would be in tatters should a passerby catch us sharing an intimate moment. We have 3 options. Why? I merely wanted to make sure you were safe and sound, dearest. I was worried and wished to be certain all is proceeding apace. I know you've been up to no good, mister. I don't think that one works. I don't think that one will actually work. But we could try it. The worst that can happen is that it doesn't work. But what are you saying, my love? I am in the midst of preparing for the Night of Devilry. Now is not the time to be joking around. We can have our fun later. Yeah, that was sort of what I had anticipated would happen. Not much. Why, I merely wanted to make sure you were safe and sound, dearest. You're not quite sounding yourself, dear. Is something the matter? I was worried and wished to know if all was proceeding apace. You came all this way because you were worried about me. Oh, I am not worthy of such a caring succubus. But fear not, your beloved has everything under control. Thanks to that wide-eyed adventurer, the idiot humans are drinking our concoction in droves. You must have worked up an appetite with all this scheming. You always know just what I need, but moments ago I was thinking what I wouldn't give for a snack. I knew you were cunning, but if I didn't know better, I would say you're a mind reader as well. I hope you're hungry for ripe souls. We don't have that. Oh, stop it. You'll make me blush. For you, darling, I baked up a delicious batch of cookies. Here, have a bite. Cookies, my favorite. Well then, don't mind if I do. Goodness, it smells delicious. Oh, how I love a treat from my sweet. What is this?
What is the meaning of this?
Surprise, we're equal height now.
Why, you conniving little? You may have put a damper on my plans, but all is not lost. Yes, if I start again now, all can be ready in time for supper.
Surely you jest.
All Saints' Wake is meant for all to partake in and enjoy.
You! It cannot be! The great god of legend herself?
You poor misguided soul. Gone are days when you might wreak havoc as you please. This truth I will drill into your head, slowly and meticulously, until there's naught else you can think of. Have I frightened you, child?
Actually, that is really accurate to call me that.
Forgive me, such was not my intention. I wish only for man and monster to enjoy the revelry of All Saints' Wake in equal measure, nothing more. For mercy, his mischief-making was brought to a halt, thanks to in no small part to your efforts, but if the day's festivities are to be cancelled, despite all we have done, the townspeople would still suffer for his transgressions. He has caused much grief, and I will punish him accordingly. So I ask that you place your faith in me and allow the festival to continue as planned. There will be no further disruptions, you have my word.
I trust you.
You have my gratitude. Perhaps you should apprise the real Adventurers Guild investigator of the present situation. He said he would await you at Miketsu's amphitheater, as I recall. Once you've done so, come and speak with me. There's somewhere I would like to take you, by way of recompense for the trouble this ill-mannered child has caused. Until then...
And there we go, we're pretty much almost done. We just need to go up and hand it in, I believe. And then we can get back on track with the main quest. Ah, there you are. You'll be relieved to hear that I've finished administering the remedy to all the afflicted. But tell me, how did matters fare on your end?
We saved the world.
So the fiend has been reverted to his true impish form? I see. Well, eccentric though she may be, if the doctor claims she can keep him on a leash, I believe her. And with the surplus of curative potions, I can see no reason why the costume corsages should not continue. I will, of course, remain vigilant for other disturbances. Your assistance has truly been invaluable, my friend, with this trouble now behind us. I trust you will take at least a moment's respite. Why not spend it donning the guise of monstrous and mischievous creatures? And there we go, we have an outfit. I'll just put those in the armory chest. And here's the vendor. Let's buy one of each thing, just so we have a little bit of everything. And now we can eat cookies. Be our guest.
So, you remembered my request. I am pleased. As I mentioned earlier, there's somewhere I would like to take you, though I'm afraid it is a place not easily reached. When you're ready to depart, pray speak with the usher here, and he will escort you.
Please. Ah, you must be the guest of honor. If it please you, I shall escort you immediately.
I shall take my leave first, and make the preparations necessary to receive you. Do not be alarmed by what you see, child.
We shall not be far behind. Now, if you would follow me.
Welcome to my humble abode. Surprised to see I have a home of my own, are you? Even the great god needs a place to rest her head. I've never invited a mortal to my home before. Consider this my show of thanks for ensuring All Saints' Wake could be celebrated this year unimpeded. You may make yourself at home and stay as long as you like. If you are concerned about Papa Gruff, do not be. He and I have come to an understanding. Some children must simply learn the hard way.
I think that's that. I don't think there's anything else to do. Nope. Guess we're done here. In that case, we can go back to Revenant's Soul. That looks cozy.
If you're looking for the Scions, they've already left for the Alliance nations. I do hope Ishgard will be saved.
Alphino, it is good to see you. Tell me, what have you learned?
Pray summon the others. Everyone must hear my report.
So this was all but a taste of what's to come.
Indeed. The main host advances upon Ishgard as we speak.
Whose vaunted defenses have been nullified.
Shorn of its wards, the city will bear the full force of Nidhogg's fury. All those people.
Alphinaud is right. The Dravanians cannot be allowed to prevail. If Ishgard falls, all of Eorzea will suffer the consequences.
Then you agree that we have no choice but to intervene. For the good of the realm, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and the Crystal Braves must join the defense of Ishgard.
Let there be no ambiguity about what has been proposed. We would be directly intervening in the war. But if all here believe the cause to be just, then to war we shall go. The path we now embark upon is perilous, but I pray you will walk with us to the end. For those we have lost, for those we can yet save.
Then it is settled. I shall inform the Council of our intentions and request that they contribute their own forces to the defense of Ishgard.
And that's the first sign that something is slightly off. I have bid the Archons travel to their assigned nations. Should the members of the Alliance agree to pledge Grand Company soldiers to Ishgard's cause, our comrades will be on hand to act as intermediaries for the duration of the conflict. The small matter of persuading the Alliance leaders to grant such support I leave to Alphinaud. For you, my friend, I have a different task. I would have you reach out to your fellow adventurers and gather what allies you may for the coming siege. I would also have you consider the matter of our own security. Revenant's Toll is but a short flight from the snowfields of Kurthas. It is not unimaginable that the fighting may spill across the border. Pray brief Slavborn on the brewing conflict and discuss potential contingencies. The frontier settlers must be prepared for aught that might wing its way over our walls. I only hope that such precautions prove unnecessary. Before you leave, might I suggest that you have Tataru accompany you? She has a talent for administration and a firm grasp of the practical challenges we may encounter. You've moved table, Tataru.
We are rather close to Kurthas, aren't we? We'd best see to our own defenses and take stock of our supplies. Oh, and we'll also need to have beds and bandages laid out just in case. A good receptionist is ready for any eventuality. Let's go, Caetsu. I have 101 things to discuss with Slavborn.
That's what we do. It's a little funny that Minfillia says that we need to gather up our friends and adventurers, because I don't believe we need to do that anymore.
I appreciate the warning. If war is coming to Kurthus, then the toll must be made ready. I'll increase the number of patrols and lookouts immediately. I'll also see about finding room for an infirmary, as well as temporary housing for victims of the conflict. Ishgard has done well by us in the past, and I would return the favor. But as for rounding up volunteers for the fighting itself, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I will not send my fellow guild members to die on Ishgardian soil, and I am certain headquarters will say the same. There will be no official Adventurers Guild presence at this siege. That said, each adventurer is of course free to do as he or she will. I shall have a word with some of my more capable colleagues on your behalf, and you might try your luck here in Revenant's Toll. I dare say there are a few stout souls about town who will answer your call to arms. So Tataru, do I look like I'm taking you seriously when Midgardstorm is standing on my head? I am taking you very seriously. We are seeing eye to eye after all.
Let's get started, shall we? We have a town to rouse.
That's the spirit.
Spare me your talk of glory and fame. I'm not in the habit of volunteering for lost causes. I've survived this long by trusting my instincts, and my instincts tell me to stay well away from Ishgard.
And well, there you go then. Oh.
Ishgard sounds like she's in a right mess, but that ain't what I wanted to talk to her about. I need you to cast your mind back to that scuffle with the Empire out by the processing plant. A lad from Little Alamigo by the name of Wilred was there with the 4th that day, and I want to know if you've seen him since, have you?
No.
Gosh damn it, I feared as much. No one's bloody seen him. It's like the ground opened up and swallowed him whole. But that ain't all. Around the time Wilred stopped turning up for duty, them black market weapons went missing from our vault in Uldar. So now, of course, half the brave suspect the lad of making off with the goods. Folk like to believe our company is a disciplined fighting force, but as you and me both know, it's no more than a motley collection of mercenaries, adventurers, and Grand Company veterans. The only thing that binds us together is some vague oath about fighting for the freedom of all, and that ain't the steady pay. Now, compared to most others in this crew, Wilred's a fresh-faced novice, a bleeding whelp amongst wolves. But the boy's got passion. When he talked about being a guardian of Eorzea, he bloody well meant it. A lad like him wouldn't rob us blind and bugger off like that. He ain't the type. And then, and this is just between you and me, mind, there's the fact that the lad wanted to tell me about something queer he'd noticed in the ledgers, something about the Braves' numbers not adding up. Aye, there's a villain at the end of this trail I've stumbled on, and I'll bet me good eye it ain't young Wilred. Any road, you've got a war to wage, so I'll let you get on. I just thought someone should know. I'll be seeing you, Caetsu.
Is there someone in here? Oh, there it is. An angular adventurer. That is definitely how I want to be described. Angular. Volunteer my services in the defense of Ishgard? I think not. Dragons claimed the lives of every one of my brothers. I do not mean to offer them mine. It was to escape such a fate that I took up the mantle of adventure in the first place. I would sooner die in the pursuit of fortune than huddled behind an icy wall. That's fair. Is someone up here? It is. An austere adventurer.
Sell my blade to the Ishgardians? Well, them dragons are a fearsome lot, but I'd slay my fair share if the coin was good. I've worked for one of them knights before, you know. Watched me like a bloody hog, he did. Still, I'd put up with worse than that for a heavy purse.
That's also a reasonable argument. So Ishgard seeks sellswords to bolster its ranks, eh? Though I'm not sure I like the sound of the siege, those nobles will surely be generous with their rewards. But I have pledged myself to guard Revenant's toll. Modest work though it is, I am loath to break the terms of my contract. What to do? What to do? And back to Tataru then. We found like one person, Tataru. One.
There you are, Caetsu. So, did you sway any hearts?
One. Ish.
1 or 2, eh? Well, added to mine, that makes 3 or 4, not including Slavbard's friends. We won't have the largest company in the army, but I'd say 1 Remnant's Tall veteran is worth a dozen clanking knights at least.
I don't know. We don't know how good those knights are.
Oh, I've been so caught up with recruiting that I almost forgot. There's been word from Elfino. Apparently, the Alliance leaders are convening in Uldar to discuss Ishgard's plight. And they've requested your presence, as usual. Anyway, you'd best make your way to Uldar, or you'll be late. Elfino said that he would meet you on the Royal Promenade.
Then we go there. And use return. Hello, Elfino. My apologies for calling you away from your tasks. I had hoped to proceed with these negotiations one leader at a time, but it seems my urgent request for an audience have prompted a gathering of the council. Needless to say, I feel obliged to attend. The Alliance leaders are already seated within. Let us join them, shall we?
We are well aware of Ishgard's dilemma, and we agree with your assessment.
Then I trust there are no objections to the Crystal Brave's intervention.
Uldar has none.
Gridania does not object.
The Crystal Braves are yours to command, Alfino. Do what you will. We shall pray for your success.
It was my hope that you would offer more substantial aid than prayer. I know it is within your means.
Do not presume that you have knowledge of our every concern. The Garleans and the Beast Tribes are but 2 of many. We are not in a position to contribute greatly to the defense of Ishgard, not when our own homes are still under siege.
We dare not leave our interests in Cartano undefended as well. Teleji Adeleji and his ilk would seize control of the territories in our absence.
The enemy is at their gates, and you would cower behind yours?
No one is cowering, boy. We will offer what support we can.
Aye, support. A handful of men and no more.
Would that we could commit more than a token force to this cause. Yet there are others to whom you might turn. The free companies ever want for work.
Ah, yes. The free companies. They're not like to turn you down.
I beg your pardon? You would entrust the survival of Ishgard to sell swords? Crises like these are the very reason why this alliance was formed. It is our duty to aid our fellow man.
My duty is to my country and my people. If you expect us to place the welfare of a foreign power above our own, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Lest you doubt, Limsa comes first, then the Alliance, and finally, circumstances permitting, Ishgard and the rest. If you cannot understand so simple a concept, then you have no place at this table.
Forgive me, Admiral. I was careless in my choice of words.
I suggest you assemble a party of elite adventurers, assuming you haven't already. Your fellows served us well during Operation Archon. I dare say they will do so again.
It almost looks like I'm peeking from around the chair, rather than sitting on the chair. I'm like hiding behind it like, hello?
If I may, Your Grace, I wish to propose a redistribution of forces. If we entrust the security of Uldar to the Brass Blades for a time, we can dispatch a larger force to Ishgard. Your Grace?
Yes. Yes, of course. Do what you will.
Is Her Grace not feeling well?
To the best of my knowledge, Her Grace is in perfect health.
I see. Carry on.
Just a moment. Yep, let's continue. Once again, I owe you an apology. It seems you have been conscripted into leading a contingent of adventurers on yet another mission of inestimable danger. But I fear we have been left with little alternative. We cannot well abandon Lord Horchefant and Sir Emmerich to their fate. We must abide by the Council's decision, as short-sighted as it is, and strive to fulfill our roles as Eorzea's guardians. Captain Ilbert, what news? Then the assault has begun? We have but this moment concluded our audience with the Alliance leaders. Move our forces into position. Your unit will join House Durandare at the Steel Vigil. Man the cannons alongside the knights, and thin the Devanian horde ere they descend upon Ishgard. I will join you as soon as I am able. Caetsu, I would have you and your adventurer allies bolster the defenses at the Steps of Faith. Report first to Sir Marcelane at the Gates of Judgment, and he will direct you to where you are needed most. May the gods grant us victory. Alright.
You're the appointed captain of the sellsword contingent? Then welcome! There's no sort of blade work to be done. As we speak, Dravanian skirmishing parties are harrying positions across the Central Highlands. I have assigned the Crystal Braves and your fellow adventurers to contain these scattered attacks, and for the present, I would have you join them. This is, of course, merely a precursor to the assault on Ishgard proper. The wily serpents seek to divide and confuse our forces, but we will not be so easily drawn out of position. The Temple Knights will remain on the Steps of Faith and continue our preparations. When the Horde arrives in force, they shall face a wall of Ishgardian steel. Report back to me once the advanced skirmishers are slain.
You got it, mate. So not Steps of Faith yet. We are not there yet. However, it appears I can take the shortest path. I can't see a thing. Oh. I can't see anything. It's so foggy. Weather report. It's fog. There we are. Or not. I should have used that Chaos Thrust on the other one. Is there more? No? Oh boy. Can I fly in a direct path all the way over there? I don't think I can, but in the name of science. I'm guessing I'll get blocked here. Or not? In that case, let's rise further and see if we can meet this position. Is there more? There is. Hello, Mario. Yeah, I'm playing from the start on a new character. If that's what you're asking. But I have played through the entire game on a separate character. So that's why that it is a replay. How are you doing?
What news, adventurer? The reinforcements? Decimated, you say? Dravanian devils, damn their scaly hides. Hold fast to your grief and fury, my lady. We will avenge the deaths of your fellows in the battle to come. Ere you commit yourself to the siege, you should know what it is you are tasked with defending. Beyond the gates of judgment lie the steps of faith, a great bridge of stone that leads directly to the city of Ishgard. More than simply a means to cross the Sea of Clouds, the bridge serves as a foundation for the arcane wards that form the barrier we call Danifin's Collar. Alas, in dispelling the barrier's outermost layer, that thrice-damned witch Ishgard stripped the bridge of its protection, and thus are the dragons now able to land unhindered upon the steps of faith. Should the Dravanians succeed in destroying the remainder of the wards, the winged devils will be free to swarm within the city itself. Needless to say, we cannot suffer that to happen. It shall be our task as defenders to prevent any harm from coming to those parts of the bridge wherein the wards are sealed. The 3 yet remain, and we have dispatched our forces accordingly. I would ask you and your comrades to accompany our defenders at the outermost ward.
I should hope that includes us as well, yes? Whoever that is.
The Scions of the Seventh Dawn?
Which I am not, apparently.
We could not well stand idly by while the Horde threatens the good people of Ishgard.
Indeed, to do otherwise would go against all that Master Louisoix has taught us. As for where we may be of most assistance, I think it's prudent we divide into 2 groups. Ida and I will join the rearguard.
Right. If the dragons should reach us, we'll be sure to give them what for.
Thank you, all of you. Pray speak with me again when your preparations are complete, and together we shall stand against the Horde. I trust you are ready then? Good. Come, let us make for the battlefield.
And then for the first time I'm experiencing the steps of faith after the rework. Oh, nice. So, is the fight still as it is normally, or? Okay, this is different already. Should probably avoid standing in the center. Seems to hurt a lot. Ooh. Uh-oh. Huh. That's a long AoE.
Ether, to me.
And a knockback. This is really awkward. Oh, it has a closed circle, so I didn't even need to do positionals. That explains a lot. I wonder if I'm supposed to run up in the tower like you do normally in the trial. Ow. So I'm apparently supposed to continue further back.
No moving back.
It's very, very different from how it used to be, this encounter. But a lot better for something that you only get to do once. Oh, watch out for the non-telegraphed attacks of the Transcendent.
This one'll sting.
Oh! Okay. Fair enough, Ida. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of types of telegraphs and attacks that I don't think a new player will have seen at this stage in the game, that are like introduced for the first time in this particular fight. That's both a good thing and a little scary, because that means you're getting those things introduced for the first time in a fight that you have to do alone. It's interesting. This getting a little bit swarmy over here. And here comes Bishop again. Oh. No. Random adventurer and random temple knight. We will avenge you. We're certainly running low on people right now. We have a few dragoons, Estinian and Lucia. That's what we can muster right about now. Oh, I think that's the first time we see this kind of animation. I'm pretty sure you're normally supposed to see it on Nidhogg. That is really cool. They're just blocking the fire breath with their bodies. That was a really cool finish. It really showed off like the entire army, every single part of it, as part of the fight. Which I think is way better than the original, where it's like, it feels like you're just 8 people defending. And if there are any NPCs anywhere, they don't really matter.
The dragons, they're withdrawing! Victory is ours! One of Nidhogg's greatest champions, slain. The Horde will not soon recover from this blow. But what of you, Nidhogg? Why did you not join your minions and make of this battle a slaughter? Have you grown so fond of the stench of your lair? Mayhap you prefer to have your allies fight your battles for you. You have a girl to do your bidding now, do you not? No matter, I shall slay Iceheart and all the rest. But I yearn to spill the blood of a great worm, Nidhogg, and only your death will sate my lands.
Caetsu, the dragons are routed. Lest you wonder, the fighting at the Steel Vigil was also fierce, but my crystal braves were not found wanting. Commander Leveilleur, Caetsu, true to your word, you arrived to aid us in our hour of need. On behalf of the Holy See and the people of Ishgard, I offer you my humble thanks. Though I would stay and lavish you with well-deserved praise, I fear must away to oversee the aftermath of the siege. Not all the dragons have fled, and there are yet wounded to be carried from the field. Pray let us meet anon, that I might express my thanks with the proper courtesy. We have indeed achieved victory of singular importance. With the Dravanian horde thus weakened and scattered, the threat to Ishgard has been greatly diminished. And, mayhap equally significant, the Holy See must now recognize the necessity of cooperation with foreign powers. Long have they barred their gates against the outside world, but I am confident that the day will soon come when Ishgard proclaims itself a member of the Eorzean Alliance once more. Much have we sacrificed in our struggles against dragons and primals, the Ascians and the Empire, but step by unfaltering step, we march ever nearer to our goal. And, as ever, the journey is made with you in the van. The victory you have won this day gives us greater hope for the morrow. It is a hope that shall sustain us in the days to come and bear us past the many evils that yet seek to hinder our progress. Yet, yes, we have done well, my friend, and I, for one, would take a moment to savor the enormity of our achievement. The demands of duty, however, allow me little time for levity. I must accommodate Captain Ilbert back to Uldar and reassign those braves whose squads suffered heavy losses. You, my friend, have earned a rest at the Rising Stones. Pray return to Revenant's Toll and share your tale with Minfillia in person. We will see to informing the other nations of what took place here. Do be sure to give our regards to Minfillia. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let me just check something, and then we will be able to continue. See. Okay, so back to the Rising Stones we go, with the dragon on our head.
Caetsu, welcome back. Alphinaud sent word of the siege and, of course, of the role you played in ending it. Your deeds never cease to amaze me, Caetsu. Thank you.
I guess... Actually, we're not gonna use these very much now, but if we level up Black Mage later, this might be more helpful. I'm getting that one.
Hmm. You must be wary, Caetsu, and now may very well be your only chance to... Antecedent. A messenger from Uldar arrived with a missive for you. The royal seal. Curious indeed. Ah, an invitation. On behalf of the Council of the Ocean Alliance, Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ulnamo invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to attend a feast at the Royal Palace of Uldar in honor of Ishgard's recent victory. It would seem we are to be recognized for our part in lifting the siege, you, for your valiant effort as commander of the adventurous contingent, and the Archons for their earnest attempt to rouse the city-states. Truly, I find it strange that the Alliance leaders should think themselves deserving of a place at such a celebration. All three refuse to deploy their standing armies, preferring to send hastily assembled companies of sellswords, many of whom perished ere the siege began. Are they truly so brazen as to seek to share in the glory of your triumph? Ah, but mayhap they simply seek a pretext to meet with the Ishgardians while the mood is yet jubilant. Such an occasion would present a fine opportunity to press for Ishgard's return to the Ocean Alliance. We have scarce had time to mourn Moonbrida, and I, for one, am in no mood to carouse. But I suppose we must put away our grief for the good of the realm. Though you were promised rest, I fear must insist that you also attend. It would be a strange celebration indeed if the victorious hero were not present. Pray content yourself with the thought that such occasions may bring about momentous change, and this without recourse to bloodshed. Tataru, if you would do me the favor of contacting the rest of the Scions. Of course, Antecedent. And please let me know if there's anything else I can do. Curious, I have never known Tataru to sigh at such requests. Could aught be amiss?
Next quest. Talk with Tataru. Or... yes, talk with Tataru. Or look for Tataru, I guess. Tataru is conspicuous by her absence. Tataru, I believe she just stepped outside. Now that I think on it, she did seem rather preoccupied. Oh, there she is. Oh.
Oh, Kaitsu, it's you. I didn't mean to worry anyone. It's nothing, really. Well, it's not nothing, exactly, but it feels like nothing compared to the towering trials you and the others face every day. And that's why I should probably talk to Minfillia before things get any worse. You always know what to say, Kaitsu. I'm glad we had this little chat.
I know, right? I said... Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. You know, words. I nodded, stoically. As only a warrior of light can. Back again.
Yes, Tataru, you have my undivided attention.
I've been hesitant to broach the subject, what with all the recent excitement, but Kaitsu made me realize that there's no time like the present, and time is what I'm here to ask you for.
I'm not sure I understand. If you wish to be excused from your duties for a time, then you have certainly earned the rest. But I suspect that lying abed is far from your intent.
You know me too well, Antecedent. There is, in fact, something I've been wanting to try my hand at. Along with the adventurers and the Crystal Braves, the Scions are constantly being thrown into dangerous battles and deadly predicaments. Even Hori Boulder and Coulsonne have been promoted from guard duty to fill our need for competent warriors. And so it seems only right that I, too, shall acquire the power to defend myself, and others, more importantly. When I return, I shall be both your receptionist and your bodyguard.
That's the spirit? Whoa, hey! That's the first time I've almost been knocked to the ground by a Lalafell. I've never seen Mr. Tataru so determined. Has aught befell with which I might help, Antecedent?
Not at the present, thank you. Was there something you would ask of me?
Oh yes, pray excuse my distraction. An adventurer who was to join us by escort duty was injured while out on patrol. And I fear we cannot properly defend the scholars entrusted to our protection without the aid of at least one more guard. Therefore, I humbly request that another adventurer of the capable kind, of course, be assigned to our party.
Yeah, very well. I shall consider the potential candidates and provide you with a replacement as soon as I am able.
My thanks, Antecedent. I take my leave of you. Ah! Double quest.
The power to defend oneself? The tower has ever been full of surprises. Now that I think on it, I do recall Urianger mentioning that she had developed an interest in Arcanima. Mayhap she hopes to gain admittance to the Arcanists Guild in Limsa. Yes, that will be the way of it. Would you be so kind as to journey to the guild and see that all is well? It is doubtless unwarranted, but surely I am not alone in my concern for her safety.
What else do you want?
I wonder, do you perchance recall the commitment I made to furnish Hori Boulder with a capable adventurer? Well, I'm sorry to say that I have as yet been unable to do so. Now, I realize that you're rather more than a capable adventurer, and that escort duty is frankly beneath a woman of your talents, but I have no one else to turn to at present. Might you be willing to forego rest and assist us in this matter? Generous to a fault. I thank you, Kaitsu. Now, it seems only fair that I explain the import of the task in question. For some time, our order has employed a handful of scholars to travel around Eorzea, taking etheric readings that we might better understand the impact of primal summonings. Naturally, it behooves us to ensure our employees' safety, and so we asked the adventurers in our service to serve as escorts. Hori Boulder and Coulsonne were to act as two such escorts, as was a third adventurer. Alas, due to injury, said adventurer is not presently fit for duty, hence my need to impose upon your goodwill.
You truly are a pillar of strength, Caetsu. Yes, a whole pillar. Hoary Boulder will share with you the details of your task. He should be waiting for you outside. Be safe. Oh, whoops, I missed him completely. Sorry about that. Hello, Hoary Boulder. Mr. Boulder. Ah, Caetsu, is it true that you agreed to lend us a hand? Huzzah! What did I tell you, Courtenay? All misfortune has become a blessing, an opportunity to serve alongside the warrior of light herself.
Need I remind you that we have 3 scholars to escort, each of whom will take a different route?
True, but our mission is the same. Separated by moms we may be, but in spirit we shall be together.
If such thoughts bring you joy, you are welcome to think them. Some more practical concerns, Caetsu. We would have you attend to the scholar charged with serving the South Shroud.
He's waiting at Camp Tranquil as we speak. All you need to do is follow the man. He will determine the most appropriate locations to take his readings. In spirit, Caetsu. In spirit. We shall be together every step of the way. So we have 2 options. I guess we'll finish this scholar situation first. Since we sort of got roped into it. With him standing right there and everything. At last, the science woman deigns to grace me with her presence. A pity that we have no time for pleasantries. Our first destination is Isumha. Come, we are late enough as it is. Isumha. That was random. Hello. Yes, this location should suffice. Once I finish calibrating my instruments, I will require but a moment to take the necessary measurements. I trust I need not explain that my work can suffer no interruptions? Then please, stand at an appropriate distance and keep watch for wild beasts. Okay. Oh look, wild beasts. No, those are not plants. I don't know what you guys are seeing. Those are definitely beasts. Definitely beasts. There you are, and you're done now. How convenient. I see we've both completed our respective tasks. A satisfactory outcome. Though, if I could make one suggestion, you might try to dispatch your foes more quietly in future. I do not like to pick fault, but I really must be allowed to concentrate. Now then, snake mold awaits, shall we? Yes, I'll kill enemies more quietly. As you say. It's not my fault that the plants scream loudly when you poke them with a stick. Right about here, yes. As before, I would ask that you keep an eye out for dangerous beasts as I work. Yes, I'll keep an eye out. I don't just attract beasts by standing. And again, we have 2 things that hardly qualify as beasts. They're merely small bats, and then we have a plant. Fascinating. These readings are not at all what I expected. Though perhaps that should come as no surprise. I'm not given to superstition, but there's a queer, almost blasphemous air hereabouts. Let us quit this place and return to Rootslake. We have one more site to survey. And then we go there. As before, my guardian, pray leave me to my task and ensure safety. Yes, these revenants, hostile revenants, aren't going to touch you because you're simply too strong. Completely forgot that I am Kisil had left. Oh, more? We must fight more. I did it, Mr. Scholar. This data should prove invaluable to... Yeah, gods, what is that stench? Did you slaughter a creep of adamantoises while my back was turned? Quickly now, to Camp Tranquil. I will not have my clothing reek of blood and offal. Fair enough. Then you tell me the revelation that you had back at the camp, I suppose. Hello. You chose to paddle in the Ichor a while longer, I take it. No matter, I took advantage of my unexpected privacy and performed a cursory analysis of my data. It would appear that there has been a measurable decrease in Eorzea's ambient ether concentration since the calamity. However, this data is far from conclusive. We must take additional measurements to confirm my assessment. For our next survey, I would have you escort me to Earth's fount. The ambient ether concentrations there are so high that crystalline structures form spontaneously. Consequently, anomalous fluctuations should be much easier to detect. Brilliant, yes? No, don't bother answering. That was rhetorical. Now, come along. To Earth's fount, then. Let's discover whether we can fly in a straight line there. We cannot. Science was made. It's quite interesting because based on when this quest is implemented, the fight with Odin has happened here previously, so you would remember that if you did that quest optionally. So that's a little callback, you could say. You should be more than familiar with the procedure by now. Pray find a suitable position from which to keep watch while I take measurements. Oh, there. Apparently nothing's gonna spawn. Yes, yes, quite high, yet still markedly lower than the historical measurements taken near the end of the 6th astral era. Could the presence of a primal account for the difference, or is there something else? Something else? Something else. Scion! Scion, come here! I need you! Finally! Or not? Oh no. That's Wilred. Fear not, my friends. Help has arrived.
There you are, Caetsu. Hori and I were worried when you and your charge failed to return at the appointed hour.
Got it. Got it like a hog, but not by one. But not by one, no. These wounds were made with a blade. Doesn't look like he put up much of a fight either. Nary a mark on his sword or his shield.
I've heard nothing of any Crystal Brave operations in this area. What cause had Wilred to come here?
What should we do?
We will see to the scholar's protection, Caetsu.
Aye, and the boy's remains. You should return to the Rising Stones. The antecedent will want to know what happened here. And so do I.
Me too. Except I sort of already knew this was coming because of the talk we had with, what's his name? Pirate guy previously. Also, hey Pokeshack. Yeah, this part is tough. A lot of things just going wrong. How are you doing, Pokeshack? You were missed. Hey, Minfillia? Oh, you woke up recently. I had a feeling that it was that. No requirement for you to wake up really early on every Saturday just for my sake.
Caetsu, you returned, and you seem troubled. Did the role of escort chafe so? Wilred? Dead? Mayhap murdered? By the 12, how can that be? I will send word to Alphino at once. He will want to conduct a full investigation and send word to Wilred's family. Gods, he was just a boy. Who would do this, and why?
I think this one. Also, Halo, well, how are you doing? Because it's 12 p.m. It's late right now. Well, sometimes you gotta sleep in. Like, you just gotta. Sometimes. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Lewell, you asked me about my opinion on this video. I believe you said it was called, what was it called? Slash emote? Yeah, I couldn't find it, or I wasn't sure if I could find it. I didn't get around to seeing it because of it. The only thing that I could find was like a 20-minute video. I don't know if that was it. Oh,
Is it one made by Zanekonpu? Zanekonpu? Does that sound right? It has like a very, very yellow thumbnail. Does that sound right? That is an adorable attire, Tataru. That is excellent. Okay, Lowell, thank you. I will check it out later. But I just remembered, like yesterday, that I had forgotten to ask you about it. But tonight we're going to be grinding main quest. Let's see if we can reach... Maybe we could reach Heavensward. I don't think we can because Crystal Tower's in the way, but who knows.
Caetsu, what are you doing here? I didn't mean for her to worry. That's the last thing I wanted. Putting an end to such worries is precisely the reason I'm here, don't you see? I, Tataru, shall become a great and powerful arcanist. And now, at Mistress Thubijheim's behest, I must go and complete a special training exercise until we meet again.
But on a different note, are you doing well, Luel and Pokeshag? I'm hoping that you had a good sleep, Pokeshag, if you came up late. Thubijheim.
Greetings and welcome to the Arcanists Guild. Do you require assistance? So, you're acquainted with our newest member? I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but I fear young Tataru may not be ideally suited to the study of Arcanima. Nevertheless, she would not be denied, and goes now to undertake her first trial, a simulated inspection of 3 crates. A simple task, some might say, but one all Arcanists are expected to complete. A thought occurs to me. Why not supervise Tataru's training? You are clearly an accomplished adventurer, and given your relationship with the girl, you seem an ideal person to have on hand. A trial will be conducted at the cliffs south of the Zephyr Gate. You need only observe at a distance.
Pokeshag says, now that you say that, I finished 5.0. I can see the Thancred video you mentioned in a previous chapter. Yeah, you probably could. Just off the top of my head, there might be stuff that happens in the raid in Shadowbringers. So I'm not 100% sure, but that's up to you whether you feel that that is as much a spoiler. Luel says you slept in late too, or you slept late too. Fair enough. And Luel says, I was doing my Criterion dungeons. Have you been doing Criterion dungeons? Have you completed them? And are you having fun with them? I've mostly been doing the variant dungeons due to the lack of taking the time to put together a Criterion dungeon team.
O'er Ashura sees the pirate's port, where she met her shining jewel. For to bring the smuggler's plans to naught, came the lass who none could fool. Beat him with the backdraft, got them with the gust, deck him with the downburst, go carbuncle go. Oh, are those crates I spy?
A snoofer!
Ah, and this must be the true test, but we're ready for them, aren't we, Carbuncle?
And... why? Carbuncle? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Ah, come back, Carbuncle, come back!
Oh. Tataru, the final boss? And Lul says, I'm craving doing some Sigmascape or twinning for the music. Nice. That does have some good music. You got the mount from the big throne, or did you mean did you mean Silky? Let me just check something on that. By the way, Pokeshack, on that video we were talking about. So, Pokeshack, if you want to look up some meme videos on Shadowbringers, I'm pretty sure that you can somewhat safely watch the video called "Move Your Feet" FFXIV by Fluff Stuff, and you should also be able to watch the video "Thancred Waters, the Man" by Fluff Stuff. I don't think you should watch Boogie Bringers yet, because that's there's still some spoilers for you because it covers parts of the post game of Shadowbringers. And when I say covers, it features characters that appear throughout the post game. But I'm pretty sure that Move Your Feet and Thancred Waters, the Man don't do that. I'm not like 200% sure, but I'm like 99% sure. And it's mostly just memes. It's not any lore. So if you see a character you don't recognize, you can just go, oh, they're probably going to be part of Shadowbringers. And Luel says, ooh, the rat Silky Wilky. Have you seen have you read the tooltip for the Silky mount, Luel? Pokeshack says, you need to see in the back without dragging attention summons the magic boss. Okay, so you just need to hide. Make sure she doesn't notice you. Just observe her. Alright, you got it, miss. I'll just slide on over in the smallest, most inconspicuous mount that I have. The magic school bus. She will not notice me at all. Noel says, here's my meme for Shadowbringers. The expansion title is extremely misleading, since it's probably the brightest expansion ever released. My eyes! It's not that bad. That's pretty true. I don't know. I feel like it's very correct because you bring shadow to that land. So you're the Shadowbringer, right? Pokeshack, Move Your Feet and Thancred Waters, the Man. And they're both by Fluff Stuff.
I should have known you'd come, Caetsu. You needn't say a word. Your face says it all. I know you bore witness to my shame.
betrayed by my own carbuncle and left at the mercy of wild beasts. I must accept the truth. I'll never be a warrior like you or the others. I will inform Mistress Thubergheim of my intention to withdraw from the guild. Arcanima, like so much else, is beyond me.
Oh. Your face says it all. Camera pans to Kai that's just licking crystal candy. This is so delicious. What were you saying? Smol Kai wouldn't be that mean. She would listen to Tataru. Noel says, I've made it a thing with my friend group, for example, when I get flashbanged in Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Oh, Shadowbringers! Oh boy, Shadowbringers! My favorite! Ah, back so soon? How fared our fledgling arcanist?
Abysmally, Mistress Thubergheim, abysmally, and as Caetsu will testify. I was wrong to become an arcanist, wrong as usual. I'm completely and utterly unqualified, and I sincerely apologize for wasting your time.
Tataru, if that were true, I would not have permitted you to join in the first place. We must all come to accept our limitations, lest our ambitions lead us astray. However, we must not lose sight of our strengths in the process. For example, your exceptional skill with numbers helped you to gain a solid grasp of the fundamentals of Arcanima. Were it not so, you would have struggled even to summon Carbuncle to your side. In my opinion, the Scions are truly fortunate to have such a capable and good-natured receptionist in their service. Would you not agree?
You're too kind, Mistress Thubergheim. Though I could not overcome this challenge, I shall take your words to heart and try not to be discouraged.
Astrologian bomb is a Shadowbringer hamburger. You know, I'll just continue this first before I take that explanation, because it's gonna be a little bit more talk, but it's interesting regarding Tataru's carbuncle.
As fetching as these garments are, I fear I shall never don them again.
Why not? You look adorable. Well, then we're gonna need another picture.
But I can't go back to the Rising Stones without something to show for my time away. Wait, I know what I can do. That is, if you don't mind accompanying me for a little longer. Wonderful. Then to Costa del Sol we will go. It's a bit of a gamble, but I'm confident it will pay off.
Okay, so what I was getting at is that we find out later in the story, and I'm just gonna say this because it's actually an optional quest as far as I recall. So it's completely missable and doesn't say much about the game like as a whole. It's just a little thing on Tataru that you one day find the carbuncle again, like the carbuncle that escaped Tataru, and allegedly the reason that it can survive without her even telling it what to do is because it's a really strong carbuncle. Like, it's an incredibly powerful carbuncle, which is like if you've played a Pokemon game, you know that if you've traded your way to a Pokemon, then if it's too high level, it will not like listen to you properly. Usually it'll do something else. So my suspicion is that Tataru's power with numbers far exceeded her power with magic. So she didn't have the ability to control and command the extremely powerful carbuncle she had summoned. Which I think is really funny, because she took it as a sign that she's bad, when in reality it was a sign that she's far too powerful for her own good. Hey Tataru.
Yes, this is it. This is where the man at the Drowning Wench told me to look. There's a certain variety of clam which can be harvested this time of year in Bloodshaw, one which produces the most marvelous pearls.
However, these clams are also coveted by certain wild creatures, and since I fared rather poorly in battle last time, let us be off.
Luel says, I never had effects on for White Mage. Yesterday I did. Now that's a Shadowbringer. I've heard from people that agree that that Holy 3 is a much less devastating ability visually. Like, it's not as lethal to your eyes. Because it isn't as, like, just white.
What fortune! I've already found one. Would you be so kind as to keep watch while I work? This should only take a moment.
Okay, I'll go... Tataru, I'll protect you, I'll watch you by walking all the way over here. Don't worry though, because you see, I can jump really far. Oh, where's the enemy? Oh, there! The giant sea serpent just blending in with the terrain because I didn't even notice it. Popejack says, and later the Carbuncle plays Simon Says with the Warrior of Light in Endwalker. I don't think it plays. I don't believe it plays Simon Says. I think it's just it's there as an optional quest that someone is hunting it, like to capture it, to research it, and finds out that it is not in fact a wild Carbuncle. It is a summoned Carbuncle by someone. But given that we only know one person who has summoned a Carbuncle that left, it's practically just an assumption that we know that it is probably Tataru's Carbuncle, because who else's Carbuncle would it be? And also congratulations, Lowell. Which mandible relic did you go for? I have two. Incidentally, I made the Sage and Reaper ones. Oh, you mean the Proto Carbuncle? That's a different Carbuncle. Maybe it's the specific Carbuncle that got reincarnated as Tataru's Carbuncle, which is why it's such so mischievous.
Well fought, Caetsu. Well fought. I knew I was right to ask you to come. As for me, I have my prize, a bounty of blood pearls. So named for their reddish hue, they were treasured as wards against dark magics in ancient times. I thought I might make charms for everyone so that no matter where they go, they will always come home. It's sort of the power to defend myself and other people, in a way. Right, well, I mustn't keep Flamine waiting. There's work to be done, and lots of it. We're to secure provisions for the science in the Luminsen markets. She may have an eye for quality, but I have a nose for bargains. Will you be heading back to the Rising Stones? If so, pray convey my apologies to the antecedent and tell her that she needn't worry about me. Farewell, Caetsu, and thank you for everything.
That sounds really final, actually.
That sounded rather final, didn't it? How about until we meet again?
That also sounds really final for someone who I'm probably gonna meet in the office on my next main quest. Which relic did you get, Lowell?
Welcome home, Caetsu. I gather you found Tataru and Limsa. My, it sounds as though she had quite an adventure, and while it did not end as she had hoped, I suspect that it will prove to be a valuable experience. Dare say she could have managed without our intervention. Even so, I appreciate you indulging my request. I'm sorry, Caetsu. No doubt you have other matters to attend to, and we have already imposed upon you so much. Pray take some time for yourself. I dare say you have more than earned a respite. After all, we will be most busy with preparations as the banquet draws near. Should other adventures summon you elsewhere, perhaps now is the time to heed their call? In order to progress in the main scenario, you must first complete certain quests in the Crystal Tower series. The Crystal Tower quest series may be undertaken by speaking with the outlandish man in Revenant's Toll. Bam, bam, bam. The monkey one. I think I saw a picture that the monk relic is like... Was it like... I don't know if I saw completely wrong, but I saw a picture that suggested that it was like dragon heads as fists. Is that right? It's a dragon. It's a dragon. That's really cool. I really like the Sage and Reaper ones as well. I think the best part is that you can dye them. And when you dye them, they get like a significant amount of the color that you choose to dye them. That it goes chomp chomp when you pull it out. That's excellent. Because I can just imagine that it's actually the character, like the player character, like having their hands in the mouths as like sock puppets going nom nom. It's like like when you pick up tongs, you always have to like ding ding like tap them together like to test them. Otherwise, they won't work right. Do I know you? Unless I'm very much mistaken, you're the famed adventurer who bested the Gallian Empire's general, are you not? The great Caetsu Chaiji herself. Amazing and more than a little serendipitous. One might even call it fate, but I recently received word of a truly unique opportunity. You see, an opportunity the like of which none but one of your proven worth could take advantage. The reward, not less than the accumulated knowledge of a fallen civilization. The risk, a single misstep could cost you your life. But what is a little danger to a storied hero such as you? A woman with absolute confidence in her own abilities stands to profit handsomely from this venture. No, I crave no recompense for my part in bringing this opportunity to your attention. The historic discoveries you shall make will be reward enough, I assure you. If my words have fanned the flames of your curiosity, then I bid you seek a man by the name of Rambros at St. Coinex's Find. It is he who stands at the doorway to untold marvels, awaiting the arrival of a champion bold enough to march across the threshold. You look weirdly familiar, Mr. Hammerman. It was pretty funny regarding Mandeville relics that on stream I discovered that you needed 1500 astronomy to get it. Like, I had expected poetics because it usually is poetics even in the current expansion, but this time around it's astronomy, and I had four tomestones of astronomy on my person when I was asked to deliver 1500. It took a while. I did a lot of my daily roulettes to get that. Why, if it isn't Caetsu Chaiji herself, I was not expecting such a celebrated guest. To what do I owe the honor of this visit?
I heard you like crystals. You were directed here, you say, by a man clad in foreign garb? Well, the opportunity he spoke of must surely refer to our latest anthropogeographical. I like to imagine that he's like holding up a piece of paper, reading it. Anthropogeographical endeavor. Quite how we came to know of it is another matter. All knowledge of this project was supposed to be restricted to my organization. But that is something for me to ponder in private. You are here now, and your services will, I'm certain, prove invaluable. I must warn you, however, that the venture we have in mind is no simple excavation. An unprepared or incautious adventurer could very well find herself on an unplanned and unpleasant journey to Thal solemn halls. Knowing this, do you still wish to lend us your cooperation? I rather thought you would say that. Your courage is scarcely a secret. Now, the first unknown person from off-screen says, Caetsu, I thought it was you. What brings you to St. Koinax? Don't tell me the Alliance has sent you on another realm-shaking, history-making mission to lay low an apparently insuperable foe, yes? No? Ah, I see you two are already acquainted. That is well, Master Garland. Our intrepid hero here caught wind of the forthcoming expedition and has kindly pledged to assist us. She has? Has she? She has she? Glad to have you aboard, Caetsu. You don't have the faintest idea what you've volunteered for, do you? Very well, let us begin at the beginning. The Sons of St. Koinax has are tasked with unearthing the secrets of the long-fallen Allagan Empire. This present endeavor aims to delve more deeply into the civilization's mysteries than ever before. But I know that look. In the event that you feel ill-equipped to contribute much on the subject of Allagan archaeology, I invite you to recall your encounter with the ultimate weapon. That mechanical monstrosity represented a feat of engineering far beyond aught Garlemald could presently achieve. Nerotol Skeva simply awoke it. I mentioned this by way of a reminder that you have had what one might term extensive first-hand experience with a notable Allagan relic. In short, you're practically an archaeologist. Yes, all archaeologists beat their finds into a pulp. Now, to the core of the matter, here in Mordona there stands an entire Allagan structure which we have yet to investigate. I speak, of course, of the Crystal Tower. After witnessing the destructive capabilities of the ultimate weapon and the lesser moon Dalamut before it, it seems wise to treat any remnants from that era with the utmost caution. They must be analyzed, monitored, and, above all, kept from falling into the wrong hands. To put it plain, I have no wish to see another pulls out the piece of paper. megalomaniacal legators wield one of those weapons. It was this thought which first moved me to contact the Sons and propose that the tower be explored. For several millennia, the Crystal Tower remained hidden, buried deep underground, but like so many other things that were better left undisturbed, the structure was freed from its stony prison by the great upheaval which accompanied the coming of the 7th Umbral Era. It now stands revealed in all its splendor, a gleaming spear of crystal pointed at the bosom of the heavens. That looks like a trap. Oh look, it's a barrier. We believe the tower to be the repository of much of the ancients' wisdom. Unfortunately, its entrance is guarded by formidable defenses, and we cannot so much as peep through the keyhole, much less set foot inside. These defenses take the form of statues, carved into the likeness of giant swordsmen. The 8 sentinels, as the sons are wont to call them, is the first barrier we must overcome. Why not simply fly over them in an airship, you ask? It's been tried before. Any vessel that ventures too close to the tower is blasted out of the air. We either destroy those statues, or the front door is forever beyond our reach.
My colleagues and I are ill-suited to negotiating such deathly hazards. Thus, if we are to gain access to the tower's secrets, we must needs employ the services of an experienced adventurer. It will be difficult and dangerous, Caetsu, but I can think of no finer woman for the task.
You can call me long, young lady. If I didn't know better, I'd say you had a taste for these deadly escapades. I look forward to working with you again.
There's much and more to be done before we can begin the expedition proper. Take some time to prepare yourself, and I shall explain the challenges that lie ahead.
Let's see. Pokeshak says, I still don't know that currency. That's understandable. It's this one. You get it primarily from doing max level content or doing roulettes on a max level character. So you get this instead of experience, typically. So it's understandable that you wouldn't even know what it is. It's used to buy, like, basically anything that you buy for poetics anywhere in the game at some point was bought with this currency. Not this one specifically, because they alternate what the farmable endgame currency and the weekly limited currency is every raid tier. Which is why this aphorism one is now outdated. That means that they were called something completely different back in Shadowbringers. But the point is that the farmable currency, this Tombstone of Astronomy, is used to buy level 90 things. But in level 80, 70, 60, and 50, it's poetics because the appropriate tombstone is outdated. So that is the reason. You will be able to see a lot more astronomy once you reach level 90 and reach the end game. I guess sometime after December? Given you told me that you've been promised being gifted it in December, I believe you said. I understand. Boxer says, for me it is canon that he also had difficulties to say besides the paper, even adjusting his glasses as he will while he brought the paper. Exactly, that was what I was imagining, like, what is this word that I've written? And Noel says, I convinced a friend to pick the trial back up for Final Fantasy XIV. Make sure to not force them to rush through the main quest. What's gonna happen is they're gonna burn themselves out, and then you're losing the friend, at least in terms of playing Final Fantasy XIV. I have had convinced friends to play the game, and they burned out specifically right after reaching Heavensward. Like, they reached Heavensward. I was like, now you're getting to the really good part, and they're like, I'm done. I can't anymore. It's too much. So don't rush them. Give them time. Make sure to tell them there are other things in the game than MSQ if they start getting a little burned out. And do it early so that they don't get burned out. But yeah, he should pay you if you're... He will pay you if you made sure to use the refer friend system. If your friend buys the game, you will actually be rewarded something. So you will get paid. Boxer says, these days I've been unlocking the 24-person raid, and I can only say, why are all the 24-man raids ancient civilizations? That's a good question. And Welters, I used the Lahi meme video and used the argument that, so you're telling me you're not gonna play the game that this man is making music for? That's a really good argument. The only argument to play the game. Poker says, doing spinners with level 80, they give me 2 materials that I don't know what they do. Oh, doing spinners? What do you mean? Can you tell me what the name of the items are, possibly? Then I might be able to help you. It's okay. I'd like to help, so if you just tell me what the items... You did 2 roulettes. Oh, okay. What items are they? Do you know what... That's okay. What do you know what the items are called that you've been given? Oh, clusters. Let me just finish this conversation real quick. Our first objective is to reach the entrance to the Crystal Tower. As I previously mentioned, however, that will prove no easy task. The entrance is guarded by powerful defense mechanisms, each utilizing one of the 4 elements of fire, water, wind, or earth. Anyone attempting to simply stroll past these unsleeping sentinels invites swift obliteration. Based on Master Garland's analyses, however, we are reasonably certain that the attacks of these lethal contraptions can be reflected using a crystal of the corresponding element. Naturally, these crystals must be of surpassing clarity, free of the slightest impurities, much like the flawless specimens used by the Beastmen in their primal summoning rituals. Maybe I should have said exactly like the specimens they use. Were there any other way, we would not ask this of you, but we need someone to enter the Beast Tribe strongholds and liberate their perfect crystals. For the moment, I would have you focus on obtaining 2 of the 4 crystals we require. Pray make for Lanosea, where both the Subsa spawning grounds and Ugamaru mines are located. You may be certain that the materials used in the Beastmen's sacred rituals will be well defended. Whether you choose to venture there alone or with companions, I shall leave to your discretion, but whatever you do, please be careful. Pokeshack, so those clusters, now this character doesn't have any, but let me see if there's anything here. In Yulmore or the Crystarium, that's up to you, near the market in Crystarium or, you know, in the main circle of Yulmore, there is a materia melder, you know, the NPC that you use to meld materia for you if you don't have crafters to do it yourself. Next to that NPC is a materia vendor. That NPC sells items in exchange for clusters, specifically clusters. You may need to seek out the equivalent NPCs for Heavensward or Stormblood if your cluster matches that instead, because there is one for every expansion, and they will trade specifically for specific grades of materia. And depending on what you did to get this cluster, it may be specifically for combat or craft or gatherer materia. So take that. You have to take note of that. But yeah, that's what the clusters are for. I tend to carry around a few of them at all times. Mainly for the grade 10s, because that saves me some money when I need a little bit of extra materia for anything. You're welcome, Pokeshack. They look like metal snowflakes. Exactly. The thingy with the thing. The thingy with the thing. You know, the thing. I did a thing, and then I was awarded things. I don't know what the things are for. I guess I can trade them for things? Hamburgers, specifically. I'm pretty sure it's hamburgers that you put in your gear. Yes. I'm guess. Imagine. Socketable food. I put critical hit. That I think I said that wrong, but now I'm thinking I'll just melt a critical hit materia into my dinner. That'll be good. Just really brings out the taste, you know. Hello, Mr. Wave Rider. Is it distracting that I brought a dragon on my head? Is that it? Huh. That's easy. What's up, Luel? What's happening? That was a really easy quest. Just a moment. C and fastest typing in the West. What happened, Lowell? Or was it responding to my socketing food and hamburgers? Pokecheck says, yesterday, while doing one of the Return to Evil East missions of level 70, two red chocobos from the mission killed me with 2 Chocometeor back to back. It was funny. It had been a long time without dying outside of duty. You know, if you liked red chocobos, maybe you would find it funny to do a very specific critical engagement in Boja if you manage to get there. If you're still working on the Evilise tasks, then yeah, you need to complete the Evilise Alliance raid to unlock Boja. Hello, Orambros. Why didn't you just give me all of the tasks at once? How progress your efforts in infiltrating the Beastman strongholds? I finished. These are the famed flawless crystals of the beast tribes. I have seen countless specimens from I know not how many excavations, but nothing to compare to these. Their purity is astounding. You have done well, Katsu. With these in our possession, we lack only the crystals of fire and wind. The formalized in Sahak, the war camp of the Amalja in Tanalan. The latter in Natalan. The roots of the Ixal in the hills of Kurthus. You can expect them to be as closely guarded as the first 2. Guarded by one dude? If not more so. Still, I look forward to receiving word of your resounding success. Yeah. Okay, I'll be fair. That's a bit mean. Technically, in A Realm Reborn, you would be level 50 and you would have had to fight most of the enemies on your way there because you would be, you know, ground bound, and most of the mobs would be close enough to level 50 that they would aggro. So that these tasks would actually be, even though it's like only a bit ways in here, you would still have to fight through all of this to get to your target, which would still be really inconvenient. So to be fair to the quest, it would have been taken far longer if you were if you were in the appropriate level in the appropriate time. Hello Andromeda, how are you doing? Lowell says you mentioned hamburgers. I'll mention hamburgers if it makes you happy. Lowell is a major part of these streams with how much you're here, just like Pokeshek and Andromeda. Boom. Next destination. Pokeshek says, I need to finish the last raid of Ivalice. Thank to God the second raid don't have too much water and the Mahak don't have water, so that raid was fun. Is there a problem with water? I have to warn you beforehand, Pokeshek, that the last of the Ivalice raids it's not like super difficult, but it is a step over the others, I would say. Water kills your PC. Is there something that could be done about that? My best suggestion would be maybe if you turn this to off. I don't know if this changes anything. I really don't know if it changes anything. But if it does, then better than nothing. It's all on minimum and off. Ah, okay. Then I don't know what to tell you. Did we lose Andromeda? Also, a little bit random that the dude with the pure crystal here just stands somewhat forward in the camp, all things considered. Hamburger. I also love hamburger, Lewil. Both a funny word, they taste good, and they're not that hard to make. I think I might be having hamburger tomorrow. And that's not even a joke. Caetsu, it is good to see you. Tell me, were you able to obtain the remaining crystals from the Beastmen? Yes. Wonderful. With all 4 crystals in hand, we are now ready to proceed to the next stage of our preparations. I hope I did not give the impression that we would be embarking on our journey to the Crystal Tower just yet. Alas, there is another step which must be completed ere we come to that. While the crystals you acquired are indeed flawless, they are of little use to us in their present form. If they are to reflect the elemental forces of the tower's defenses, they must needs be cut and polished. A process which calls for a very particular set of materials. Procuring them will be a challenge in itself, I fear. Needless to say, we will be requiring your services once again.
If the flawless crystals you procured for us are to retain their elemental purity during the shaping process, a very specific set of abrasive substances will be required. Well, I say substances, but one might just as well call them one substance, namely ether sand, which has 4 elementally expected varieties. Alas, ether sand is neither common nor cheap. Indeed, it is not unusual for the abrasive to exceed the value of the precious stones it is used to polish. Given the rarity of the materials in question, the Goldsmiths Guild in Uldar seemed the likeliest place to purchase the quantity we require. When I contacted the Guildmaster, however, I was informed that no ether sand was currently available. Though I requested that word be sent as soon as new stock came in, I have yet to receive aught but apologies. I should mention at this point that I placed the order some time before you procured the flawless crystals. I am well aware that acquiring ether sand is no small feat, of course, and I am not an impatient man, but I fear the more we delay our investigation, the greater the risk that our secrets may fall into the hands of other, less savory parties. That is why I wish to entrust you with the payment for our purchase, and send you to speak directly with Guildmaster Serendipity. Mayhap the presence of such a distinguished personage will spur the guild into action. In any event, it is my hope that when we next meet, you will have found at least one of the 4 varieties of ether sand we require.
That was a new form of spam. Did you see that? Procuring says, I'm here since the adventures of the Smol began. To be specific, after the first 2 elves of Smol, I reached the stream. There you go. And I want hamburger. Lowell says, what if you water cooled your PC so your PC is nicer to the water in the game? Because they're showing a sign of friendship. That's a good point. If I don't come back, it's because water and my PC are like dogs and cats, or water and oil, or water and my PC. You see, I tried to put water in my PC, but you see, water and my PC is like water and my PC. They don't go well together, is what I'm trying to say here. It was a random bot post that instead of posting a link, just had a name that could be read as a link and then pointed at themselves and said to click that or to go to that. That's a really backwards way to spam. It's been a while since we've seen spam. So you're saying you can't water your PC? I don't know if it's because you're in top chat, Pokeshack, but I'm specifically in live chat to make sure I see everything. It's not like I'm missing anything by seeing everything.
Mistress Chaiji, welcome, welcome. What brings you here, if I may ask?
I would like to buy ether sand.
You're here on behalf of the Sons of Saint Koinak? What fortunate timing! I was just about to contact Master Rambrose with the news that we finally managed to acquire a quantity of fire-aspected ether sand. I'm afraid it may be some time before we can supply the other 3 varieties, but you're welcome to settle accounts for that which we have now. Pray speak with Jemime over... I do beg your pardon, it seems she's assisting another customer.
Come on, there must be something you can do. Without that sand, we'll have to rethink our whole design.
I sympathize with your plight, sir, but as I explained, the ether sand in question is already spoken for. If you'd like to reserve the next shipment, then I would be happy to accept the funds you've offered as partial payment.
Partial? Are you saying it's not enough? I'm already stretching our research budget as it is. I suppose a man can do without a midday meal for a year or 2.
Hello.
Caetsu, it's been too long. What brings you here then? Got your eye on something expensive, have you?
Well now, that is quite a money pouch. The sound of so many gil clinking together is strangely satisfying, is it not? Calming and yet invigorating at the same time.
Oh no, you're here for the blooming ether sand, aren't you? Well, I can't deny the elegant civilization's a subject worth researching. The chief said he was looking into something big, but we never thought to ask him what. Wedge and I have been too busy tinkering with a new airship design to think of much... else, see? Well, I say tinkering. Wrestling would be more like it. Still, after much wringing of hands and gnashing of teeth, we've managed to put together a prototype crystal-powered propulsion system. We got the idea for it when we heard how you lot had used a corrupted crystal on board the Enterprise, as a matter of fact. Anyway, to cut a long story short, our design calls for all 4 varieties of ether sand. And that's why I can't just relinquish my claim on this batch here, even for you, lass. How are we meant to usher in a brave new age of technological innovation, if not by technologically innovating, eh?
While I hesitate to interrupt such an impassioned speech, duty compels me to point out that this lady is a representative of the organization that reserved the ether sand in question, to mention nothing of the fact that her purse is considerably larger than yours.
Oh, it's like that, is it? Alright, this batch is yours. I'll let you have it, but if you're going to take my sand, it's only fair that you grant me a role in this project of yours. I'll take that as a yes. It's not every day you get a chance to experiment with the wonders of the ancients. With any luck, they'll inspire me to think up another technological innovation or two.
You did the twinning yesterday, and Big's message at the end of the mission was moving. I can't remember what he said at the end of that mission. But that's good to hear. Now then, from what you've told me, I'm guessing you'll be needing the other 3 varieties of elementally aspected ether sand as well, right? Then rather than sitting on your rump waiting for a shipment that may never come, I reckon your time would be better spent looking for the stuff yourself. And just so happens that I know of a good place to start. Then why are you here? There's said to be a peddler in northern Thailand who, very occasionally, handles the earth aspected variety of ether sand, which is in the process of confirming the rumor as we speak. I know what you're thinking. When did my timid little friend decide he didn't need me to hold his hand anymore? The answer being, just the other day. Seems he's been inspired by a certain adventurous heroic example. I thought he was joking when he volunteered to go to Thanalan without me. I just hope he manages to stay out of trouble. Head out to Blue Fog and you should find him poking about with his new bodyguard. Oh, did I not mention her? Which thought it might be wise to hire an adventurer to accompany him, just in case your heroic example turned out to be less inspiring than he first thought. It's not every day you get to experience ancient cultures, and then there's me, who did it last week, and doing roulettes. All the time. Uh-oh. Hello?
Save your greetings. If you're looking for a hired blade, then you'll have to look elsewhere. After the day I've had, the only company I crave is the squat, silent type. The type that has a handle and holds no less than a pint of ale. You wish to hear my tale? I warn you, 'tis no stirring epic, but as you asked, my employer, a Lalafellan lad, wished to pay a visit to a peddler who deals in some manner of special sand. I forget what it was called, but 'tis apparently worth a small fortune. Anyway, when we arrived, the man claimed his stock had been stolen by bandits. Determined to not return empty-handed, we crept into the bandit stronghold and set about locating the stolen goods. Long story short, alarms were raised, rogues were awoken, and we fled in a blind panic. I wish I was separated from my employer in the confusion, and I've not seen him since. Oh, a friend of yours, is he? Then you'd best be prepared for the worst. Tis just possible the poor sod may yet be lost in the old Amagina mithril mine, but I fear the bandits will have caught up with him by now.
Andromeda says, I just realized is that how the Midgardsormr minion perches on Lalafell? Yes. Anything that other races can park on their shoulders, a Lalafell can park on their head. And it is absolutely adorable. And that is exactly correct. It's because the tiny shoulders are too tiny. I actually think, while we're on the subject, that small dragons should also have this feature, because those shoulders are also small. I'm glad you also find it super adorable, Andromeda. By the way, how are you doing, Andromeda? Just means more hat options for Lalafell. You're right. There's one race who can wear a hat and glasses simultaneously. Only Lalafells, because they can wear a minion hat. That's genius. What a discovery. Meanwhile, my Viera. What? You also want to wear hats? Now you're being kind of demanding, aren't you? I'm not sure where which is supposed to... Oh. Just ears for days. Pokeshack says in the house, and I actually looked in this house. I felt like I saw everything, and then I missed him. It's just like with the sea serpent when we were helping Tataru, and I was like, where is it? And it was right in front of me. I guess I'm going blind. You're super adorable, though, Will.
How could I be so stupid, sneaking into a bandit's lair? It's just not the sort of thing I do. And now I'm going to die for it. No, I just need to calm down. I can do this. I can be brave. I'm going to stand up and I'm going to walk out of here. Here we go.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Please don't kill me. I promise I'll leave and never come back.
Hello. It's me.
Caetsu, is it really you? But how did you find me? Can you smell fear? Actually, ignore that smell. I expect you're wondering why I'm here. Well, I was just in the process of retrieving some stolen ether sand, which Biggs and I need for our research. As it happens, I could see it, perhaps a touch foolish and very nearly fatal, but I did succeed in snatching the stuff before my bodyguard ran away and several dozen bandits came piling after me with knives and axes and what looked very much like a plank with a rusty nail in it. Anyway, the important thing is that the stolen ether sand is right here in my Oh dear. It must have fallen out when I was taking evasive maneuvers. It seems I wouldn't be leaving this infernal place for a while yet. You'll find the ether sand in my stead. Oh, thank the gods, you're a true friend, Caetsu. I hope the search doesn't prove too troublesome. The bandits don't seem to care much for visitors.
That was very Andromeda says, the way you voice Witch is exactly how he sounds in my head. I'm not even lying. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you so much. I feel like I really nailed that one, by the way. The way he said it and everything. Even the extremely long sentence. Doctor says, when I went to Lala for my wedding, they didn't stop kicking me. One or another pat and complaints of public indecency for wearing a thong or bathing suit. One can no longer be free. That sounds like one wild wedding. I love these two, but not as much as my crit numbers, baby! There's just nothing quite like a big crit, am I right? And Andromeda says, guys, help me decide. I really want to be able to wear the Gurbanian plate and my newly acquired Yorha glam after an accumulation of 5 hours of queue time. So to what race do I Fantasia to? I'm only ever buying one, so I better make it count and not touch my character ever again. Well, Andromeda, I'm probably extremely biased. However, I would recommend that you go with either a small dragon, and to make sure I'm not getting misunderstood here, that means a female order. I prefer the Ryan, the one with the bright scales. I also specifically like them with the scaly phones, as I call them, that my character has. If you don't want that, then my second suggestion would be a Lalafell, and in that case you can choose whichever gender you like, but I really like this Lalafell, which happens to be female. So, just to summarize, female aura, preferably Ryan, or any Lalafell you like. If that doesn't work for you, pray go and ask for other people's opinions. And Luel says, I think auras look best with the Yorha headpieces. Your Abania plate. Luel says, but the hair doesn't look too good on them in my opinion. I think the default, the Mikos and Huos look best with the hair. So those are my opinions. I think that you should make sure that you choose the race and gender that you would like the best. And as I said, I would say female aura, preferably Ryan, or a Lalafell. You can change hair for in-game guild. You can't change your race or gender for in-game guilds. So you could choose to change your race and gender to, say, female aura because you like it. If you like it. And if you find out that the hairstyle doesn't work that well with that, you can change the hairstyle. You can't just, if you decide you want to do a different hairstyle, you can't change your race to match that if you're not interested in switching. And Pokesik says, it's a fantasy game, the Hua is the rare specimen. Actually, no. Huas are not rare. For some reason, Hua are really popular. And Hrothgar are a rare specimen. That is true. But if you become a hamburger, if only you could become a hamburger.
Caetsu, have you had any luck locating the ether sand? Yes, that's it. I must return to the workshop at once and tell Biggs and the wonderful news. What's that? You're also on a mission to collect ether sand, and you're working with the chief? A treasure trove of elegant knowledge, you say? I see. Then you should really be the one to have this. Biggs and I are far from exhausting all possible avenues of airship innovation, but it sounds as if your problem can't be solved by any other means. This expedition of yours sounds jolly interesting, I must say. I'm half inclined to join you. In fact, I think I will. Any venture worth the chief's time must be worth a look. Right, I'm more than ready to leave this awful place behind, and you should return to Mordona with that ether sand before there are any more little mishaps. Be sure to keep a close eye on your pockets, Caetsu.
Hey Andromeda, I do believe you said you made a secondary character just to experience a Lalafell, so maybe it is the right choice to go Lalafell. Like, I don't think you've told me about other characters you've made with like different race choices, specifically to experience them. So maybe that is like what you really want to play. But if you only are going to buy one Fantasia, well, I guess one more Fantasia, and then never again, then it should be something that you really think about before you make a choice. Poke says I want to be a peanut. I guess that's an option. Ah, Caetsu, you have returned. I take from your presence that you were successful in procuring us some ether sand. Tell me, which variety did you find? 2. I see, 2 varieties. Well, that is 2 more than could reasonably be expected, and 2 less than I had hoped you would say. Forgive my flippancy, you have done well, truly. If all goes to plan, we need no longer fear death by fire or earth. Master Garland, if you would be so kind as to prepare the relevant crystals. I shall set to work immediately. Truth be told, I have been looking forward to this. One does not encounter materials like these every day. Speaking of which, how in the 7 hells did you find them? Mistake me not, old friend. I know only too well how capable you are, but ether sand isn't something you simply find gathering dust at the back of a merchant's rare gem cabinet. It is now, actually. You had help from Biggs and Wedge? Trust them to design a revolutionary new engine the moment I turn my back. How's a genius meant to rest on his laurels when his employees are so damnably inventive, eh? And now they're determined to join us, are they? Typical. I jest, of course. It will be good to have them around. Still, as a matter of professional pride, let's endeavor to procure the 2 remaining varieties of ether sand before they arrive, shall we? Tell me, Rambros, have we any information on where the water and wind aspected types might be hiding? Not as of yet, but I have made certain arrangements. We shall soon see if my efforts have borne fruit. Forgive me for observing, but you seem less than enthusiastic about that prospect. If there's a complication, I'd rather we discuss it now than risk jeopardizing the expedition. Mayhap an explanation is in order, but first let us savor the preliminary victory that Caetsu has won for our cause, if only for a moment. Which is done by having this reward. And Lua says, but to be honest, I bounce between Miko and Aura a lot. And Roman says, well, I made models for Mikote, Aura, and the Lalafell, but created a new game only for the Lalafell because they're so cute. Exactly. You just stand there and look pretty, even at level 1, and someone somewhere will give you pets. Exactly! I will be the one to give you pets. No problem. Like, when I pass Lalafells on my main, I tend to just give them head pats. That is just something they have to receive. They're too cute not to. And yes, bask in the adorableness of Smol Kai with Midgard's armor on her head. To be able to afford multiple Fantasias. Doctor says, I think you should stop holding back. You really want to be a Lala. Stop hiding and be a Lala. Away from the complexities of the world and receiving head pats. I have 2 Fantasias waiting to be used for when I impulsively feel like having floofy tail and scaly tail. But hey, as the crowd is saying, seems like Lala is your calling. Yeah, I agree. Like, based on what you said, Andromeda, I really think that that's what you should choose. And Noel says, I feel as though I'm certified to give my opinion as I won a glamour contest in my free company. Ooh, nice, Lowell. What theme do you mean, Andromeda? Oh, the glamour theme. Well, it says the theme was Halloween. I tied for first, and then they wanted us to show what we thought our best looking glam was, and that's when I took first place. Ooh, nice. Yes, yes, I must speak of the arrangements I made to acquire the 2 remaining varieties of ether sand. Some days ago I asked a Charlie, an acquaintance of mine, to travel to Gridania and there gather the necessary materials. Since that time, however, I have heard nary a whisper from him. To be frank, this lack of communication is not entirely uncharacteristic, but I cannot discount the possibility that something ill has befallen the man. Alas, we do not have time to investigate his fate. As I have mentioned before, the more we delay our expedition, the more likely it is that the Crystal Tower's secrets will fall into the wrong hands. Therefore, I would entrust you with the same mission I assigned my friend. Travel to the Black Shroud and seek out Pasimontre, the master of the markets in Gridania. If anyone knows where ether sand might be bought, it is he. Well, Ram Bros, if I need to talk with Pasimontre, you know I need to bring a specific pie from Guild Mommy. Otherwise it won't work. We all know this, right guys? Everyone knows that Pasimontre isn't like to talk if you don't bring him a pie. And you haven't brought me one. What am I to do? I'm pretty sure Mommy won't give me a pie if I just ask her. Ignorant Rambros. Doesn't understand how Gridania things work. You have to bring pies if you want to talk with Pasimontre. Cook a pie, Smol. But I'm not a culinarian. I need others to make the pies. Good luck, Andromeda. I really do think that the right choice is Lalafell for you, Andromeda. And I'm guessing it sounds like you're leaving? Or what? Oh, Google says it's that time where I'll be right back very briefly. Alright. Take your time. Yes, I'm sorry. Did you say you wish to purchase ether sand? Forgive me, ma'am, but have you the faintest idea of the rarity of the material you seek? Why, I've not seen so much as a grain of ether sand in these markets for many a long year, and I simply cannot imagine them in front of my eyes without a pie in my mouth. So I won't be able to see them in the future either, you see. I could tell you where one might mine the ore from which the water-aspected variety of the abrasive is derived, but only a desperate fool would willingly set foot in that place, and only a desperate fool equipped with a pie to serve me would be given that information, you see. So, you know what I'm saying? You seem undeterred and unprepared. Pie lacking, one might say. Very well then. You look threatening and very pink and adorable, so I guess I'll have to tell you. Are you familiar with Earth's Gift? That is where the ore is to be found, in an area inhabited by a particularly pernicious hog. Should you encounter the betusked nightmare, you will know that you are in the right place, albeit at the wrong time. Farewell. I hope you bring a pie next time. I'm also really looking forward to Global Data Center Travel Andromeda. It is gonna be an awesome day. It's gonna be an awesome time, just forever. The future looks bright for Final Fantasy XIV when we have Global Data Center Travel. Even if it's just something people will use occasionally to visit friends, I think that it'll be so fun. Especially because I discovered that I have a lot of people that watch here that are American. Especially. That just can't play with me, even though it would have been so fun. I should start doing that. Oh, you want to talk with me? I don't see a hamburger, so I'm not sure how that's gonna work. And Pokejack says, stop everything, change the name of the stream, and level up the culinarian to make a pie. One day, we'll have a crafting stream for Smol Kai. Nandrome says, funnily enough, I only eat basic cheeseburgers. I don't have a massive preference myself either. I just really like food. Really. Disembodied voice. You are too late, adventurer, and not only for the entertainment, you will find no trace of the ore which but recently lay here, nay, not so much as a speck. No, you will never spy me from there. For the time being, at least, you will have to trust the evidence of your ears. Now, stop squinting at the foliage and listen. As I told you, the water-blessed mineral you hope to find is gone, taken by me. Victor has made me magnanimous, however. Accordingly, I have decided to share the location of an alternative source of ether sand with you. The wind-touched variety, to be specific. I trust I have your attention? Good. A band of Ixal in the North Shroud keeps a quantity of the abrasive for the purpose of removing impurities from lesser crystals. Well, do you mean to dally here all day? Make haste, adventurer, before I snatch another prize from under your nose. This is to be a race. The Ixali logging grounds in the North Shroud shall be our destination, and that is where the real amusement will begin. May the best man win. Pokejack says, I go to the house of the small dragon to stay AFK sitting on the carbuncle bench, or to stay 4 hours beating his striking dummy. Hey, you know what? I would find it really funny if I came to my house one day and someone was actually there waiting for me. I am the only times I've met people that have watched the channel in person that walked up to me. One time they saw me randomly in Wolf's Den Pier and I was AFK and they waited for me for like 10 minutes and I came back and they were so excited and that made my day. I was so happy. And the other time they randomly ran up to me in Limsa and I believe that was TGJ, which I have not seen in months. Besides that, just the other day I was in a dungeon where randomly we came on the subject of learning ninja. Because someone in the party was a ninja and they were having problems with the rotation and the healer asked about it. And the person admitted they didn't really know what they were doing, so I randomly mentioned that I have a video guide on ninja. And then the healer specifically said that they had seen my videos before. Like they had noticed my videos on YouTube. So apparently the people in the party kind of knew who I was. At least one person did, which was kind of funny. But yeah, generally I don't meet people that... like I don't see a lot of people that walk up to me that recognize me in game much. Which is why I repeatedly say that it is totally okay to do so if you see me. Andromeda, I'd be sitting there just cheering you on, sipping tea. It's gonna be a good day. Bravo, that was quite a show, adventurer. Why, the spectacle proved so enthralling that all thoughts of ether sand slipped my mind. I appear to have forfeited our little race. Congratulations, the wind-touched abrasive is yours. And yet, having been treated to such a memorable performance, I cannot help feeling that the greater prize is mine. This inequity must not stand. I insist that you accept a token of my appreciation. Payment for this entertainment will be waiting for you to the east, in a clearing within Proud Creek. Pray retrieve the gift ere it is crushed beneath the iron feet of the Dullahans. No, that is the cutest. I would also like to randomly meet Dragon Caetsu in a dungeon. Or Smol Caetsu. I think it would, like, that's the thing, is that I have yet to pop into a dungeon for someone to say, wait a minute, is that you? That has never happened. But I think it would be really funny if it was. The only time I've had someone do that was that day where I streamed doing daily roulettes all day. In one of the final dungeons I did, someone that I had taught a thing or two years, like over a year ago, recognized me, and they had, you know, gone from new player on a trial account to doing Savage and Ultimate stuff, and were just doing their daily expert roulette. That was funny. Not what you were expecting? I took the liberty of refining the ore from Earth's gift into ether sand. Do keep it safe, adventurer. Lest you accuse me of playing games, you should know that the thought of relinquishing my prize never once crossed my mind until I saw you in action. Such deeds must needs be rewarded. It is my vocation, you see, to record history as it is made by mortal men, and I much prefer to chronicle the accomplishments of the bold and the mighty. Thus, it is my fervent wish that you continue your career with the same courage and zeal you have shown today. We shall meet again, adventurer, and sooner than you may imagine. Andromedas, that was the first time I joined a stream of yours. Oh, I see. I couldn't remember when you were in the stream for the first time. I do remember that you said that you randomly landed in the stream and was really happy to be there. But I don't remember which one was the first. But that was not a bad day to join the stream either. I'm glad to hear that. I would like to be a pro. Well, the big requirement to becoming really, really good at the game is just time investment. And you have done Savage content, Andromeda. The simple fact that you have beaten a Savage encounter in the current raid actually makes you better progression-wise, you could say, at least in terms of raiding potential, than a large amount of players, possibly the majority of players, just because you've beaten P5S. Doesn't even matter the fights that follow, just P5S, while it is current, matters a lot. But what really matters is how you like do you like how you enjoy playing. You don't have to be a pro, you don't have to be the best. What matters is that you have fun with the game. And that's what I always say. What news of your mission? Are we any closer to acquiring the remaining abrasives? Yes, we are. We have both of them. Apparently I can only bring things back in pairs. You brought both? I shall have Master Garland begin work on the crystals immediately. That there is the fake out Fantasia because it has the same icon, does it not? I'll take the money though. There, that should do the trick. You've made rainbow sticks? Candy sticks? Excellent work. We now possess all 4 of the fangs required to pierce the Crystal Tower's defenses. My compliments, Master Garland. Oh, it was a trifling matter, I assure you. And as Sid turns around, he just sees Smol Kai licking on one of them. Like, looks like a lollipop to me. Oh, it was a trifling matter, I assure you. Caetsu here is the one you should be thanking. Anyway, by my reckoning, there's nothing stopping us from striding up to the elegance front door. Let's do that. You can't go without us, Chief. Big switch. Come to another hand, have you?
Well, it's not every day you get the chance to study the wonders of the Elegant Empire, is it? The technology makes Garlemals look ancient.
I appreciate your enthusiasm, lads. I really do, but we're not here to take this knowledge for ourselves. Twice in the last decade, the promise of unimaginable power has prompted men to meddle with technology they do not understand, and the realm has been dragged onto the very brink of oblivion on both occasions. We shall not be so irresponsible as to risk another. Wedge, do you recall our company's creed?
Yes, Chief. It's, freedom through technology!
Exactly. Freedom. When we forsook our homeland, we swore that we would have no truck with machines that could be used to promote tyranny. That has not changed. Should you feel tempted to break your oath, remember this. The wonders of the all-knowing Elegant Empire could not save their civilization and have damn near doomed ours. Twice. That is why we must explore the Crystal Tower and, if needs be, seal away its secrets. A compelling viewpoint. It is unyielding will. It is unyielding wills such as yours that have defined the course of history. Okay, he's gonna be returning for a long... This is basically guaranteed to be a voice that I will not be able to remember, which I gave him later. You see, you guys are having a nice conversation. Spoke says, you meet Smol Dragon in a dungeon and he tells you, it's me, Smol Caetsu Chaiji. Maybe you remember me from videos like the most ridiculous opener, The Adventures of Smol, the class guides. Forget to tune into an Aetherite. Throw good living break as Red Mage, or for being the leader of the Pink Cult, and remember to put on your job crystal after doing self-management. I don't introduce myself, I actually just say hello at the start of a dungeon. And when I finish a dungeon, I write \o/ to make like a cheering guy. And then if people talk, I will talk. But I don't promote myself in every dungeon. That would be really annoying. Could you just imagine that? Andromedas, you're gonna make me cry. Astrologian, in my opinion, is the hardest healer to play. Just because there's so many things you need to keep track of while you're also attacking and healing, planning your cards and all that. So it's understandable, and when you're also used to playing Sage, for instance, it's completely different. You're switching from a barrier healer to a pure healer, and you're also having to deal with the cards. So it's understandable that it's just not the same. And Andromeda says, if I meet Smol Caetsu in a dungeon, I'm gonna be a pocket healer and personal pet giver. Have my card, you toothpick master. Take my Hive and my Tarot Card too. My Adlocurium is only for you, Captain. Oh, your HP got a dent. Have benediction. Gratia, you look like the day before you went to sleep. Isn't this the day before he went to sleep? So you return at last. What, pray tell, has kept you so wholly preoccupied that you could not spare a moment to inform me of your progress or preservation? Why, the task you assigned to me, of course. Surely you have not forgotten about the Ether Sand? I tasked a passing adventure with delivering it. A more capable courier I could not imagine. Uh-huh. Greetings, adventurer. Did I not say we would meet again? I believe an introduction is in order. I am Gratia, one of the students of Baldessian. I look forward to joining you on your groundbreaking expedition. Gratia has been assigned to the project as an observer. I hope you will forgive him his eccentricities and welcome him as one of our own. Sure. So then, our fellowship is complete, and all stand ready to step into the unknown. 3 cheers for Noah! What? Who? Huh? Noah? That is the name I have chosen for our little collective. Given our different backgrounds, we cannot very well call ourselves the Sons of Saint Koinak, can we? And we must have a memorable appellation if our venture is to leave its mark in the annals of history. I could claim that NOAH stands for Nominated Observers of Artifacts Historical, and so it does, technically. But my true reason for choosing this name stems from the fact that it is shared by a vaunted elegant Archmagus.
An Archmagus? I like the sound of that.
Thumbs up. Very well. Now that the pressing matter of what to call ourselves has been settled, it is time we set forth to brave the outer defenses of the Crystal Tower. Is everyone ready to depart? Ready! Noah. Andromeda says, Astro's so difficult, but I think it's just because of the party finder I found. They were all new to P6S. It became better on my second party finder where everyone knew what to do. I think it's also like you need to go have a few goes to practice. It's completely understandable. It takes a lot of practice to get good with a job in Savage. That was specifically why when I was streaming Savage that I took a job that I knew I had a really easy time with, because I didn't really feel like I had a lot of time to get good. Like, get really good with a job that was really difficult. Today we are all Noah. Grah, my love of my life, take my hand, my feet, my arm, my head. What? Uh-oh. I just transform into a Mikote for the Graha X Warrior of Light roleplay. Well, I think he just wants to be really good friends with you. Sleep like an archer and wake up like a magician. A crazy thing. Esteemed colleagues, the secret of ancient Alec beckon. Let's not keep them waiting any longer. Adventurer, you and I will join the engineers at the Crystal Tower's main gateway, where we will endeavor to neutralize the structure's outer defenses. Rambrose, meanwhile, will remain here and oversee the operation. Given my knowledge of Allegan history, it seems logical that I should lead the expedition itself, though I admit the role does not exactly befit my status as an observer. Still, we can but make use of the resources at hand. Assuming all are in agreement, let us proceed forthwith to the large, lopsided gate found to the southeast. Pokejack says, it's funny because all my life I was Aura, and when I was at the end of Shadowbringers, I was Mikote. Oh. And Andromeda says, also because Astra has no definite rotation, so I couldn't get used to who I give my cards to. Yeah, that's also true. Who you give your cards to would change with every party, if you're trying to optimize. Pokejack, it is actually really complicated if you, as an astrologian, zone into a party where there's a Dark Knight and a Ninja, then your first card, apparently, at the very start, goes to the Dark Knight, but the second card goes to the Ninja. But if it's the second card that is the melee card, that is a melee card. So, like, basically, if it's the very first card you draw, and it's a melee card, you give it to the Dark Knight. If it is the second card that is a melee card, you give it to the Ninja. If the third card is also a melee card, you give it to the Dark Knight. But if it's the first card, you give it to the Dark Knight, is apparently what I've gathered recently about astrologians. But that's just in the opener. Every 2 minutes, it sort of changes who you're supposed to give your cards to. It's really, really, really weird. The Crystal Tower lies beyond this portal. Now comes the interesting part. Sid, you're the only one of our number who has ever crossed this threshold. I ask that you take the lead for the present. Andromeda, is there a specific reason you felt compelled to try Astrologian in Savage? If you really just want to play Sage? I say, the energy radiating from these statues is palpable. Lucky for us that it is, one might otherwise stroll past them. Feast your eyes on the elemental defenses which prompted our lengthy preparations. These sentinels prevent would-be intruders from advancing to within 20 yards of the tower's inner reaches. No matter how swift they may be. Happily, the crystal fangs we took such pains to craft should spare us the inconvenience of instantaneous annihilation. Here, allow me to demonstrate. Chief, it's too dangerous to allow anyone else to risk his life testing one. Quite right. I made the damn things. It's my job to see that they work. Success! I, for one, am convinced. Friends, ready your fangs! This last one is yours, old friend. It seemed only right. Smol Caetsu just looking up like, oh, I was supposed to use that? I thought it was candy. We might have a problem, Sid. I believe Pokeshak and Luil are on two different data centers, but are in the same region. And you tried Astrologian because you thought you tried it for fun. Okay, that's fine. That's perfectly fine.
Aha! We did it! So much for the outer defenses!
Indeed, the entrance to the tower is near at hand. My blood fairly sings with anticipation. Speaking of blood, I have a proposal for the next stage of the expedition. I suggest we wait here while Caetsu and a hand-picked party of her adventuring companions enter the tower.
What? Without us? I thought we came here to survey the entire structure.
We did, and we will, but our investigations must proceed at a more measured pace. If the outside of the place is this well defended, can you imagine what awaits us on the inside? Only a true hero could reasonably hope to brave the hazards ahead and live to tell the tale. Caetsu here fits that description better than anyone I know. And it is not as if we shall be idle here in her absence. While Caetsu and her companions are risking life and limb to beat us to our path to the tower, we can set about analyzing this rubble for evidence of how its technologies function. Your knowledge of ancient lore will be invaluable in that endeavor, historian Grahatia. Do you ever tire of being right, old man? Kaitsu, as it seems I won't be accompanying you, allow me to at least provide some instruction. The maze that surrounds the base of the tower is known as the Labyrinth of the Ancients. During this initial foray, I suggest you concentrate on ridding the place of hostile elements. When you're reasonably certain the maze is secure, contact me via link shell and we shall join you post-haste, no matter what Master Garland says. Though we would prefer it if any relics you encounter remained intact, you have leave to do whatever is necessary to secure ingress to the upper levels of the tower. Fortune go with you, Kaitsu. Duties for alliances. Ta-da! See. In Pokeshack, you can travel within any data center on your region. It doesn't have to be your data center as long as it is in America. All three are accessible to you. You just have to log out to the character select and then choose a different data center to visit a different data center. But it has to be in your region. I think that was already what you meant, but I'm just clarifying because it's an important distinction. There's 3 data centers in America. In start November there will be 4. But you can visit all 4 of them if you are in an American data center in the first place. You should be able to create a character in any data center you want. I'm pretty confident that if your connection is decent, it won't be much more than like... You will have some problems playing faster-paced jobs, probably. But I can't say for certain. I've only played Final Fantasy XIV on an EU data center. Because I couldn't be bothered with lag. I already dealt with lag playing on an American server in League of Legends over a decade ago. Machinists go brr. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Had we unlocked the next yet? No. Well, if we can't get into QE meet... Oh, we can't fly here. Weird. Really weird. Oh, right, because you get shot down if you fly here. I want to fight this guy. see. What's this? My city added so many new dead zones for mobile data. I didn't hear anything that was said for the last 5 minutes. Oh. That sucks. Focus says, people call me main healer because I know how to play them, but again, I don't feel like the main of any job, and I feel weird when they tell me that I play a class well, or that I'm the main of that job. You know, my friend Seb, which you may have seen on stream recently, flips between calling himself a healer main and a tank main, based on his whims, or just to be funny, I'm not sure. That is Mackerel, that is correct. He joined me for variant dungeons Tuesday. I've always tended to main whichever role was necessary. So like, I played primarily tank when I played alone, which I did for the vast majority of Shadowbringers. And when I started playing with a friend group, one of my best friends in that group happened to choose to main tank, so I switched to healer. And then when I stopped playing with them specifically, for whatever reason, I like leaned back towards playing tank. And that has pretty much been like the status quo since. But these days I switch a lot. For some reason it feels like queue times for stuff as a DPS isn't quite as bad as it used to be. So I've played a lot of Reaper recently. Weird how me making a bunch of videos on jobs that are like less popular for one reason or another turned out that I found out that I really like one of them. Reaper is super fun in dungeons. It's like you have infinite resources almost, and every fight ends just before you run out of cooldowns anyway. And then Roman says, one time during a raid run, our tank literally said, come Dro, let's share this tank buster. Jokingly, but we actually both died. Noel says, I'm confident in all of my roles, just not tank. I'm perfectly comfortable off-tanking. The common sense of separating or gathering trash mobs in raids just comes natural. Pokey says, main healer, I judge who lives and who dies, so you better give me kiss and pets. Recommendation? No. Why is it being a rat? Room says, I've managed to nail Reaper and Black Mage's opener just last week. I feel proud of myself. That is awesome. Have you tried, Andromeda, have you tried the infinite paradox rotation? Have you tried it? Q pop. Ah, we managed to finish it, just barely. What is an infinite paradox rotation? So, if you Google infinite paradox Final Fantasy XIV and just go to pictures, you will see some like rotation blocks. There should be one pretty high up. It's like 6 rows and like 11 columns. It's really, really long. But it's a meme rotation. But recently I heard that Black Mage mains, like the community as a whole, has looked further into it and discovered that there might be something to it. It's actually a pretty small DPS loss to use this rotation compared to the optimal one, and the advantage of the... Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, this looks like a nightmare. This'll have to do. I'll have to move the party a little. Actually, I think what I need to do is this. Active HUD adjustment mid-raid. It's fine, guys. I know what I'm doing. So, this is how it looks when you don't turn off effects for other players in an alliance raid. There we go. Now I can see again. What's happening? Why is all the mobs just getting spread all over the place? Your tank needs to assert his dominance more. He needs to T-pose. That helps, right? Or alternatively, he could try flossing. And that's what the kids do these days, right? I'm sure that would offend these old school monsters. Well, Luel, isn't Riddle of Earth just 20% damage reduction with 3 charges? Oh, well, 2 or 3 charges, and when you use it, you get 3 stacks or something like that. I'll join you guys on this platform. I think the dragon didn't get moved because the tanks had trouble getting aggro. There might be one of the tanks that are not sure what they're doing. Is my best guess. So maybe they got aggro, and so the other tanks couldn't move it. Actually, Noel, the Riddle of Earth is even weirder than that. The stacks are not spent by you getting hit. They're spent by you doing attacks. It's really weird. I believe it lasts 10 seconds or 3 GCDs. Whichever comes first, which means that if you don't use any actions while having Riddle of Earth active as a monk, you can keep it for the full 10 seconds, but if you use GCDs, they drop one at a time. So you can have it for 6 seconds at most, I believe, if you early weave it and everything. Yeah, it's really weird. Well, Luel, that would be the case if all it takes to main tank is to have a permanent rampart. And I don't know if that's enough. That's incredible. My last like 2 or 3 runs in Labyrinth of the Ancients, someone would pull every time. This time everyone waited. No, go ahead. My damage is poor. I don't have the good gear. I'll just dance. It's okay. Spear. Oh, we can go. I would have expected, Andromeda, that on Japanese servers that there is no need to wait because everyone's sticking together just based on how people describe people playing on Japanese servers. It's pretty incredible. It sounds like they're just really good at dealing with random groups and being nice about it. Now, this is where problems will arise. If Alliance B pulls and Alliance A isn't here, it's gonna be really annoying. What's happening? Everyone is waiting and being nice and doing the right thing. When it went here last, there were a grand total of 3 people in Alliance A that got the buff because someone pulled. Oh yeah, and Andromeda, you said you've never seen that many dots on a boss before. For me, it's like seeing even in a light party, just like for a dungeon or something, it's weird when the boss has no debuffs. Like 0 debuffs. But that actually happens kind of regularly. I feel like the tanks are having a little tug of war. I've been told that in Japanese servers, the party finder is actually used for savage raids. For like weekly clears and stuff. Andromeda. I think it's just a coincidence because there's just a lot of jobs and apply dot buff like dots. There are 4 bards. They each add 2. There are 3 reapers. They add 1. A dragoon that adds 1. Monk adds 1. And I also add 1. Like there's a lot of jobs that add debuffs. So I think it's just that is causing it. That we have a particularly large amount of jobs that apply debuffs. There are a lot of traps for at the end of the week for late re-clears. Oh, that's a universal thing. You know how it goes. Oh yeah, I just need my clear, guys. Can you help? I totally know what I'm doing. This is an alt. Trust me. Yeah, that's true, Llewell. It's interesting is that what I've seen, it doesn't happen that much as far as I'm aware, but because you know how you can't actually kick someone for having bad DPS, because how would you know that, right? The only way to know that is to use tools that are not actually legal. The common way for parties where someone is underperforming excessively when it's a random group is that the random group either just disbands entirely or the person is kicked for other reasons, which tends to not go down well either. But the most common one I've seen is the, oh boys, look at the time, I suddenly have to go, what a shame. I'm going down. I'm gonna die. Yeah, I got heals. I was all the way down to 6 health with a dot. I've always wondered why suddenly the hole just appeared when it wasn't there before. Because I don't think I remember ever seeing this cutscene ever to the like going to its end. But that explains a lot. I mean, we could expect much, but that long of a wait was maybe stretching it. Fortunately, I have to deal with the B side anyway. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh, no one died. Incredible. I wonder if we're gonna wipe the greed now. Nope. Is that a key upgrade? No, it's not. What would we actually need to see drop for it to be a key upgrade? Nothing. It would be like a ring, but not from here. These humans are not giving out pets, are they okay? Oh there, Caetsu. Very impressive, I must say. Your name shall be writ large in the volumes that are sure to be penned on this historic expedition. The scale of this structure defies comprehension. Someone plainly thought bigger was better. According to the findings of my Baldessian colleagues, the Crystal Tower was constructed to collect and store the endless energies of the sun, a characteristically ambitious undertaking. Now, what of the tower's inner defenses? Judging by your haggard expression, clearing out the labyrinth was no small feat. A giant of a man wielding a shimmering scimitar, you say? Yes, that will have been Fleckathon. Not Acheron, Fleckathon. He was a hero of the Allegan Revolution. And you gleaned that from what exactly? His choice of weapon? Well, I am a historian, and I have a certain, shall we say, affinity for the lore of the Allegan Empire. It is, of course, all knowledge gleaned from musty scrolls and tomes. The ancient texts claim that the Crystal Tower is defended by the champions of Eld, resurrected and augmented through the Allegan's extraordinary technology. Chief, you need to see this. Well, well, there it is, the foot of the tower. What surprises do you have in store for us, I wonder? Oh. I can't tell you how glad I am to have you with us on this little jaunt, old friend. Had you not beaten a path through that maze, I very much doubt we'd be standing here now. Well, we have much to discuss and digest. Let us retire to St. Coinag's Fine for the present and there plan our next step. Lest there be any doubt, our expedition has some way to go. Yet. My work here is done. Just stands there licking the... What was it? The orange-brown candy, specifically? I think it's... Ah, never mind. I'll just run. It's difficult to do your, like, to perform if people pull the boss while you're still in a cutscene. You can't really do anything about it, and that's simply just not your fault. Oh, we actually... I think we have to spend some poetics before we go into the next one. Weapon time? So good of you to join us, Caetsu. Our meeting would be dull indeed without a full account of your experiences in the labyrinth. Take a moment to collect yourself, and when you're ready, we shall debate how best to proceed. The Fellowship of Noah being accounted for, it is time this assembly was called to order. Rambrose will be presiding over the meeting. If you would be so kind as to inform him of your readiness to proceed. Welcome back, Caetsu. I have just been reading about your encounter in the Labyrinth of the Ancients. It pleases me greatly to note that you seem none the worse for the experience. For your reference, I have added my own notes to Graha's preliminary expedition report and begun compiling a Crystal Tower survey log. The information contained therein will be available to you at all times. Should you have any questions, you need only ask. Now, if there are no objections, I shall begin with a summary of the expedition's key accomplishments. In the course of this, our first foray into the grounds of the Crystal Tower, we succeeded in neutralizing the structure's outer defenses, before proceeding to secure the maze surrounding the base of the spire. According to Caetsu's account, the labyrinth's defenses were most emphatically active. Disturbingly, her report also mentions a violent encounter with a sentry heavily augmented by elegant technology. In short, our misgivings were well founded. The Crystal Tower was not simply thrust above ground by the chaotic shifting of Earth, it has somehow been reawoken. If, as seems increasingly likely, the Tower's secrets should prove too dangerous to share with the world, we will have no choice but to contain them. Short of leveling the place, this will almost certainly involve returning its mechanisms to a state of dormancy. To do that, however, we will first need to address the question of how they work, the answer to which must surely be waiting for us inside the tower itself. In conclusion, that is where we must go. A task rather easier said than done, if the perils of the labyrinth are any indication. Then I move that all further exploration of the tower be delayed until such time as an exhaustive analysis of the structure's defenses have been completed. Master Garland, may I entrust this task to you? It would be my pleasure.
Don't forget about us!
It's like you said, Chief. We founded the Ironworks to make sure that technology was used for the right reasons, and that means making sure it's not used for the wrong ones. We wouldn't be doing our jobs if we didn't see this through to the end. Lads, well, I hope you're ready for some back-breaking chores.
Well, everything seems to be in hand here, so I shall take my leave of you for the present. If I am to witness this valiant tale unfold with my own eyes, I must needs hone my martial skills ere we ascend the spire.
You will do nothing of the sort, Gruff. Your knowledge may prove useful to Master Garland's investigation.
As an observer, I'm not, strictly speaking, subject to your authority. Pray do not mistake my intent, Caetsu. I am well aware that I shall never be a match for one with your innate talents, however hard I train. Be that as it may, pray do not allow your skills to rust from disuse during the coming pass. We will need you fighting fit if our subsequent forays are to prove as productive as this one. Mark me, we have not yet caught more than the briefest glimpse of that which time has obscured. Soon, however, we shall cast off the veil and gaze upon the glory of the Alakan Empire.
And with that encouraging thought in mind, it is time to bring this assembly to a close. Let us all focus on the tasks at hand, that our next expedition may begin all the sooner. Meeting adjourned. And then a patch 2 happens, like 6 months later. Such a terrible mess. Yet it does leave the door open wide, so to speak. One cannot help but be impressed. I'm beginning to understand the reliance you place on adventurers, old friend. So, this is the legacy of the elegant empire left behind. If my readings are correct, the energy source waiting atop the tower is a match for even the Ultima weapon. Nay, more than a match. A new toy for me to play with. It's him! Who could have thunk? Wow! I believed the fates had conspired to deny me my rewards just once again, but it would seem they had a greater destiny in mind for me. And so long as my ambition burns, I shall strive to seize it. The dream lives on, Sid. Do not disappoint me. Andromeda says, whenever I have to fly, I always have the itch to touch the upper limit of the sky. I don't know why. It doesn't actually help me fly faster. If you're pushing against the sky, you're actually flying slower because you'll be wasting the distance you're flying upwards. But I'm guessing you just mean fly up until you can't anymore. It will be because the sky is the limit and nothing can stop you from achieving what you set out to do. That invisible ceiling cannot really stop you. Achieve everything you set out to do. That's right, Pokeshack. Do you hear that, Andromeda? The sky is the limit. And not even that. Space is the limit. But not even that. Ah, 'tis you, my friend. You are doubtless eager to hear of our progress on the Crystal Tower. Excellent. I'd be disappointed to hear otherwise, of course. Disappointed is the word of the day, I fear. I'm ashamed to say that there's nothing worthwhile to report. The Suns continue to probe the labyrinth of the ancients, and every day brings new discoveries. Alas, the same cannot be said of the Crystal Tower proper. We've not been able to set so much as a single foot inside it. You'll recall how 8 sentinels stood between us and the labyrinth initially. In like manner, the entryway into the principal spire, Circus Tower, the elegans called it, is also protected by technology far more advanced than our own. Sid and I have tried every trick we know, but without success. Frankly speaking, we are at a loss. It is discouraging, but we cannot give up. There must be a way in. And so the situation stands, my friend. Until we gain entry into the tower, I fear your talent shan't avail us. It will require time that I am loath to waste, but I have a mind to set my people to scouring such ancient text as we have on hand. Perhaps we can be of assistance, people from off-screen. And you are?
Be at ease, friends, for we share the self-same goal. I'm Une, and my companion is called Doga. We are scholars of the elegant civilization, sent by the students of Baldesion to assist in your endeavor.
Une and Doga, rather unusual names for this day and age, if I might be forgiven for observing, but I digress. You claim to be at the students' behest, but we have received nary a word of your coming. Moreover, in light of the recent incident at the Isle of Val, I should think that they have rather more pressing concerns.
We can only assume that the message failed to reach you due to some mishap. I assure you that we are here to help.
Oh. What is it, Gruff?
It's nothing. There was a pain, but it has subsided. Well, this is rather unexpected. Your right eye is the same as ours.
The same? You have the elegant eye as well? This sanguine hue is said to be a trait unique to the elegans, yet I inherited it from my father as he did from his. Only one child in a single generation is born with the eye. All my life I have sought to learn the truth of its manifestation. If there's aught you know, I implore you to tell me. My deepest apologies, but we have no answer for you. Only one thing is certain. Those who possess the trait are bound by fate to Allag. As your eye has placed you upon the path you walk, so too have we come to fulfill our destiny. Absurd though it may sound, it is the truth.
It seems to me we have naught to lose by accepting their aid. What say you?
If that is your wish, then so be it. Yet know that I still mean to verify your story with the students of Baldesion when I am able. I trust there will be no objections.
Very well. As of this moment, I name Une and Doga advisory members of Noah. Without further ado, let us have them examine the circus tower entrance. I promise you'll not have cause to regret your decision. Caetsu, I should be much obliged if you were to accompany our new friends to the tower. Biggs and Wedge are presently serving the aged sentinels. The two of them can show you the way. Upon arrival, pray report to Master Garland. He will brief you on the situation.
I shall join you, Caetsu. With Una and Doga's knowledge, along with your uncanny knack for setting events in motion, I am hopeful that we will finally see progress.
Hello, Biggs. Well, if it isn't Caetsu, eager to enter Circus Tower and kill everything in sight, no doubt, as I'm sure you've already heard, though the place is locked up tight as a clam. Now, new friend from the students, you say? Excellent, it's been slow going, or rather, no going for the chief. He'll appreciate the help. If you'll just follow me, I'll take you to him.
Ah, some old faces to lift the spirit, and a couple of new ones besides. Allow me to introduce Une and Doga. They are scholars of ancient Alag, sent here by our friends of Baldesion to aid in the investigation.
We understand you are having trouble circumventing the tower's defenses. It is our hope that we can be of some small assistance.
If your attire is hard to go by, your assistance should prove invaluable indeed. I just want to bring a little bit of attention to the fact that Doga, the guy, is wearing the same chest piece as Smol Caetsu Chaiji does in her tank outfit. Just so happens that his has more colors, because it has the details in white on the back. But that chest piece is called High Elegant armor, I believe. So, yeah. To begin with, let me tell you where we stand. Beyond Rise's Circus Tower, the principal spire of the structure collectively known as the Crystal Tower. The only way to get inside is through the proverbial front door, the imposing gate you see here. The problem is we can't get it open. Can't get it to open. It's sealed by some mechanism whose workings are an utter mystery to us. Having had no success via more orthodox methods, I went at it with everything from a pickaxe to a magitek cannon. Nothing so much as put a scratch on it. For a blessing, the gate doesn't try to reduce us to ashes like the 8 sentinels, but that doesn't make it any less effective a security measure. It's fiendishly frustrating in its simplicity. The only clue we have is the elaborate device carved upon it. A man and a woman, respectively, elegant royalty by my judgment. And we just had a man and a woman walk up to us. Weird. With elegant eyes. Weird. Precisely who these individuals were we cannot say, nor do we know whether the device actually serves a purpose. Like as not, it is purely decorative.
If you're thinking to force it, save your strength. It's no use. Just ask the calluses on my hands.
Rest assured, we do not mean to waste our strength.
Indeed, why should we excite ourselves when the gate will open of its own accord?
I don't think any of us expected that to happen.
Seven hells, what is this? What did you do? What are you? Piercing the heavens and gathering the light, a symbol of mankind's glory and might. Its virtue guarded by gates impregnable, only to those of royal blood answerable, exactly as passed down through legend, I am delighted to see. Beg pardons for interrupting your bewilderment. I couldn't help but notice the remarkable playthings you have acquired. Nero, you're still alive? Garland, Garland. If I didn't know better, I would say you weren't happy to see me. But I jest. In light of our recent meetings, you have every right to be worried. But rest assured, I am no longer a threat to you. My legion is for all intents and purposes defunct, and my association with it means a tight noose awaits me back in Garlemald. And so I've been roaming this land Eorzea, a regular itinerant. In the course of my wanderings, I chanced to catch wind of your latest venture. It sounded positively fascinating, and so I decided to come here and join you. After the wrongs you've committed? You think us that gullible? If you're suspicious of my intent, it is only by just deserts, but I'm determined to make amends. As a gesture of goodwill, I will share with you what I know, starting with these two odd characters. As you are doubtless already aware, the Crystal Tower was the symbol of ancient Alak's might and prosperity. Entry was permitted only to royalty and select few individuals. According to the records I have unearthed, only royal blood can open the gate. In other words, the Emperor and his progeny were living keys. You mean to say that these two are descended from Alagan royalty? Oh, I suggest nothing so glamorous. To put it plain, they are imitations of royalty, living keys born of Alagan ingenuity. Clones, I believe, is the name your creators gave your kind. Is that not so? It would seem that the time for concealment is past. Pray accept our apologies. It was not our intent to deceive. We simply wish to avoid causing undue alarm by prematurely making what many would consider deranged claims.
If it please you, let us return to the 8 sentinels. There's much and more to tell.
Very well. seven hells do you seriously mean to follow us around? Come, Garland, you know me better than to think that I spoke in jest. What more will it take for us to be reconciled? A gift, perhaps? An elegant tombstone. It holds the information I just shared with you, and a deal more besides. It used to be the jealously guarded property of the 14th Legion, but it's yours now. I wish you joy of it. I look forward to working together, old friend. See, Pokecheck says they have they too have a unique version of the armor that is found in the second coil for tanks and the binding coil for healer, which we cannot paint because the warrior likes to throw the whole bucket of paint on the clothes. That makes sense, actually. I think I remember that you said like that's the case. I just don't remember that they're green. But fair enough. And Sip says, you've been streaming for 4 hours. When are you going to bed? I don't want you missing the mount farm at 6 server time. Well, right now it's not even 8 server time. There's still 10 hours until mount farm. But we're probably not going to be able to finish Crystal Tower tonight because of that. If you're ready to listen, we shall tell you all. As it pertains closely to our investigation, your leader, Rambrose, may wish to be present. And welcome back, Lowell. Before we begin, pray allow me to apologize again. It was not our intent to deceive you. As you will have already gathered, we are not scholars sent by the students of Baldesion. Nay, we are clones, copies of people who once existed, given life through elegant technology. This is rather a lot to take in. If it would not be considered unseemly, might I ask why you and yours were created, and more specifically, what is it that you now seek to do? Answering your questions requires that we revisit elegant history. Pray bear with us. The Elegant Empire reached its zenith long before our kind came into being. In that glorious age, the Crystal Tower stood tall as the symbol of elegant pride. Parents took their children there, that they might learn how the nigh limitless energy it produced brought prosperity to the whole empire. That prosperity, however, bred decadence, and the empire began to show signs of stagnation. This decline was made all the more rapid for want of strong leadership. In a matter of generations, the elegant civilization became a pale shadow of its former self. Its once gleaming cities fell into disrepair, and its frontier lands were given over to the wilderness. Lamenting the pitiful state of affairs, one technologist made it his mission to restore Alec to greatness. Ammon was his name, and he believed that the ailing empire wanted for but a potent ruler, and none was more potent than its founding father, whom he sought to resurrect. The founding father? You cannot mean Emperor Sunday. None other. As part of his experiments, Ammon created clones of the Empire's descendants. We are the products of that experiment, copies of Une and Doga. Historical texts. Historical texts mention the reigns of 2 elegant emperors named Xande. 2 elegant emperors. It was commonly believed that the second was the namesake of the first. After all, such a custom is not uncommon among royalty and commoners alike, to think that the 2 were in fact one and the same. Aye. Xande returned from the grave and assumed his throne once more, and, true to Ammon's predictions, the Emperor restored his realm to the glory it once knew. Would that he could have been satisfied with that. In his previous life, the Emperor decided to bring the entire world under Allegan dominion, an ambition that ultimately went unfulfilled. Having been granted a second chance, he was determined to succeed. Realizing that he needed more power to wage his war of conquest, Xande turned his sights towards the forbidden source, darkness. In order to learn how to harness this power, he converted the Crystal Tower into a restricted research facility. Darkness? Again? Seven hells, what is it with megalomaniacal rulers turning to darkness in their lust for power? Well, at least this one won't be bothering us, being thousands of years dead and all. Would that you were right, Master Garland. Alas, Emperor Sunday is very much alive. Within Circus Tower he still abides, his ambition burning all the more ardently for his empire's collapse. Wielding the power of darkness requires prodigious amounts of energy that not even the Crystal Tower could produce, in order to augment the shortfall. Dalamud was created and launched into the heavens. On high it hung, gathering the sun's energy and channeling it to the tower below. However, a miscalculation resulted in a surge of energy that escaped into the land. This triggered an earthquake of unprecedented violence, the calamity that ushered in the fourth Umbral Calamity. In the blinking of an eye, the mighty Allegan Empire was laid to waste. Yet, even as the Crystal Tower was sinking into the earth, the technologist Ammon, now Emperor Sande's closest aide, invoked powerful magics and halted the flow of time. Every soul within the structure, the Emperor included, was placed in a deep slumber. In that state, they were to remain until the time was ripe to awaken.
Eras came and went. After millennia lying dormant, Dalamud was summoned back to the earth. Its descent triggered the seventh Umbral Calamity, in the wake of which the Crystal Tower re-emerged. At that moment, Emperor Sunday awakened. In his lust for power, the Emperor consorted with darkness and was seduced by its corrupting influence. Even though his empire is now little more than a fading memory, he will stop at nothing to see his ambition realized. Tis for no other purpose but to put an end to Sunday's madness that we exist. This is the mantle we have inherited from our namesakes, the true Une and Doga. Fearing what might befall the world, the two of them sought to thwart their emperor. They gave unto us their will, that we might carry on their mission should they fail.
When we came to our senses within the Crystal Tower, we deliberated a course of action. Concluding that we alone could not overcome Xande, we struck out to find a worthy ally. It has taken years, but our search is finally over. It is no ordinary woman who can cut a path through the labyrinth of the ancients. With you as our champion, Caetsu Chaiji, we are confident that we can end Xande's dark ambition once and for all. Well, that'll teach me for speaking too soon. Setting my chagrin aside, I see now why you knew about the students of Aldesian amongst a host of other things. You were observing our investigation the whole time. So what will we do, Caetsu? The world's in grave danger again, and it just so happens you're an expert at saving it. Oh yeah. You have our eternal gratitude. Together, let us see the Allegan Empire's dark past laid to rest. It has been our mission to recover the long-lost knowledge of the Allegan civilization, but what worth is that knowledge if it means subjecting the realm to peril?
Truth be told, it pains me to think that the tower's secrets may become lost to us, but the greater good must ever come first. Besides, no quantity of ancient relics can compare to our friends Une and Doga, living, breathing elegance. And so I hereby declare change in Noah's objective. Henceforth, we shall direct all efforts towards sealing off Circus Tower. Its dark secrets must never know the light of day. Caetsu, as you did for us within the labyrinth of the ancients, I would have you enter this structure and eliminate hostile elements. Suffice it to say, this includes Emperor Sunday himself. Meanwhile, the rest of us shall examine ways to isolate Circus Tower from the outside world. To work, then.
Are you going to follow us around all the time? Yes. Wait, there's something I must know. My right eye is like yours. Does this mean...
You inherited the trait from your father, you said. Know that clones are unable to bear offspring. You have no cause for concern. The elegant eye, you called it, but to us it is the royal eye, owing to the fact that the trait manifests only in those possessed of royal blood. I cannot well explain why the eye runs in your line, but I'm disinclined to think it is a coincidence. Though you are doubtless impatient to learn the truth, pray have patience. All will be revealed in due time.
She says, that ready for battle could have been a photo. Well, there's gonna be more story before we finish. She looks like a retainer. My apologies if I've given you cause to worry. I'm quite well, I assure you. As you can appreciate, there has been much for me to think on. But now is the time for action, not idle thoughts. Circus Tower awaits us. Your task is to eliminate all hostile elements within the structure, Sunday himself included. This will afford us the chance to seal off the facility. May the crystal grant you strength. The Crystal Tower? And then, just to be on the safe side, so we don't, like, get an instant queue and then have to lose out on Poetics, we will teleport back and spend some, and then queue. Oh, look! Nice! Let's wear that. Very nice. No, I don't accept random free company invites. I think what we're going to be doing is that once we've completed Circus Tower, we might like wrap up the story that's happening right there, like right at that time, and then we will round off the stream, because I have a feeling that this is gonna take like 30 minutes or so. and then it'll take like 5 to 10 minutes for more story, and then that matches pretty well with a decent time to round up the stream, so that I can still get to bed in a reasonable time to be there for tomorrow's Mount Farm stream. That's the plan. And then next rewind, or next adventure stream, we will do World of Darkness. And presumably, we will reach Heavensward. Then the question is, on that stream, we might decide whether we start Heavensward on that stream, or if we do something else to start Heavensward. Starting in a new stream. It's all the same to me, but I think it depends significantly on what time it is when we finally reach it. But my original hope was that I could actually manage to both finish Crystal Tower and also simultaneously reach Heavensward. But I don't think that's possible now. Not tonight. I wonder how long the queue will be. I'm spawn camping this one mob. By the way, Luel, I feel like last week, I think it was, you made, or maybe it was earlier this week, I did just remember you mentioned that you wanted to level 2 different jobs and was a little bit split on which one to level. Did you get around to leveling both of them? Or just one of them? I think you said that you wanted to level up like 2 jobs. I think it was like a melee and a ranged job. Or something like that. And when I then said that you could do whatever you like, the main point is having fun, you said something about backflipping. You settled with Dragoon. Did you get far? Do you have more or less abilities than Smol Kai? More. Have you experienced the life of the dragon? Welcome back, Pokeshack. Nice, Lowell. So you're above level 70. I hope you're enjoying it. I think it would be really, like, can you imagine the players that I know, I'm almost 100% certain that there's got to be some players that got introduced to Final Fantasy XIV through the spread of the meme dance with the twinning. Could you imagine when they reach this point and they hear this song that sounds oddly familiar? I think that would be interesting to see that reaction.
Wait, but isn't that... That sounds like... That's weird. It sounds oddly familiar.
Oh, you got the dragon side macro, but you just haven't been able to use it for anything. I see. That's fair. You see, I have had dragon side macros for ages, but the thing is that I don't play Dragoon that much on my main, so I haven't really used a dragon side macro, like, practically. Yeah, I'm glad you both got some nice dragon side macros out of when I believe Pokeshack asked on, like, at the end of a stream. This is chaos. Are we playing Strangers of Paradise? Because I feel like we're killing chaos. Bokjak says, I reached the twinning. That dungeon is incredible. I really wanted to reach that song, you know? The twinning is also completely optional. So I'm glad to hear that you decided to seek it out. Because you have to seek it out. There's no one that will force you to do it. But I actually played and did my daily, daily roulettes back when the twinning was amongst the max level roulette dungeons. Like, imagine having to do either, randomly, either Amarot, the twinning, or I believe it's called Academia Anida. As your daily. I'm not the most fond of the Academia Anida theme, but both Amarot and the twinning are excellent. One little fun fact about Academia Nighter is that I'm pretty sure that the song that plays there is slightly part of an inspiration to the song that plays in the final boss of the current raid on normal, just the normal version. I'm not gonna get into big detail exactly because I know Pokeshack hasn't even seen the boss. Hey Dr. Wario, I hope you're doing well. Pokeshack says, I finished Shadowbringers and I wondered if I missed it or what. I thought that it was an optional dungeon. Exactly. Ham! I agree, Lowell. Ham. Oh boy. Explosions! There we are. Ow. I just got here. And then they throw fireballs at me. Ow. I wasn't looking, I didn't realize it was coming from me. And here's Ammon. My, such unruly guests would seem a little diversion is in order. Oh boy. Mechanics are happening. Yeah, that seems right. There's only one rock that is actually safe to hide behind. Well, it's not an upgrade. No need to need on it.
You fight valiantly, mortals, but to no avail. Absolute darkness draws nigh. Soon it will be unleashed. And my message disappears too fast for Kai to read.
Yeah, it would have been easier for me to deal with reading it after the fact if it wasn't that what came immediately after was a boss fight. Otherwise, we would just, you know, I could have paused the replay of the stream that I have running on my other screen. Are you sure that is safe? Look, the other dragoon. And there's a limit break. Did we only have limit break 1? Oh, strange. Life is a circus. Poketrix has 2 dragoons and in the same party fighting for the backflip master title. Minion! Music? Okay, I'll just win everything. I got 3 commendations. Someone mentioned backflip? Book says, in the Crystal Tower, only the last one you can reach LB3 normally. Well... Oh, okay. That's what you meant. Caetsu! You did it! You defeated Empress Sunday! Empires may rise and fall, but man's indefatigable spirit ever lives on. Truly, you are the champion we had hoped for, Caetsu Chaiji. With Emperor Sunday now at eternal rest, his dark legacy may be undone. What are you playing at now, Nero? In case you haven't noticed, Garland, these are dangerous surrounds. Can a man be faulted for exercising due caution? At any rate, you needn't mind me. I'm perfectly capable of looking after myself. Go on and finish what you came to do.
There are 2 ways that we may seal off Circus Tower, either isolate it from the outside world or cripple its ability to produce energy. The choice of method is yours to make. Before you proceed, however, Doga and I must needs attend to a task.
That distortion, what is it?
The power that Sunday sought to obtain comes from the void, the world of darkness, our people called it. And the true nature of that power was none other than the armies of Voidsent.
Voidsent feed on ether, as you may already know, and no plane is richer in it than ours. In exchange for their allegiance, Sunday entered into an unholy covenant. He would open a gate through which the Voidsent could freely enter our world. The covenant, I'm afraid to say, is still in effect. However, being of the Emperor's lineage, Une and I believe that we can annul it. By his blood, Sunday sealed his dark pact. By our blood, it shall be undone. It is time.
Yes, Doga. Finally, we may fulfill our purpose.
And Nero just back there like, I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, be still, my beating heart. For a moment I feared that this outing would end in disappointment, but my readings were not mistaken. Not even the ultimate weapon compares to this. What are you going on about? The Covenant is everlasting. And so Minfillia is brought into the fold. Soon, all the world shall be united under Halakan rule. And yet, with every dream that becomes reality, the memory of death grows ever more vivid.
An endless void bereft of light and warmth. Though I may have defeated death, it did not leave me unscathed. Nay, its ravening claws have scarred my soul for eternity. Never shall I know peace. Beings without will, you cannot fathom my rage, my melancholy, my fear. What worth is wealth and power when all must inevitably be consigned to nothingness? If man has nothing, he need not know the pain of loss. So let there be nothing. Harvest more power, that the gate may be thrown full open. Let the cloud of darkness come and engulf the world, devouring all life, hopes, and dreams. Let all be returned to nothingness.
Boink. Caetsu, pull yourself together. They're respawning. Is there no end to them? What in the seven hells is happening? Not now, damn it! Nice. Boink. Boink. Boom. Nero, were they part of your grand plan too? Save your japes, Garland. I didn't put up with your arrogant face to play with worthless clones. You know, it would have been a bit easier. They would have had an easier time if they didn't only spawn black mages and white mages, you know? Something controls them, avoids it, and no ordinary one at that. Doga! Oh no. Yoink. Confound it. Without them, there's no way to master the darkness. That power is mine. Are you sure that's a good idea? Dunk, dunk. Uh-oh. No! Whee!
The Covenant shall be honored. I am the cloud of darkness. I shall devour your light and return this world to the void.
Whoop. Damn it. The rift is gone. What are we supposed to do now? As much as it pains me to leave without them, there's precious little we can do. Let us return to the Find and consult Rambros. Did someone mention backflip? Woo! When you pass the second raid and you think that the history of that raid is over, then the third raid appears and attacks. Yeah, actually, I think like A Realm Reborn and Heavensward would be like the only only times where they would be able to like make a surprise. Oh, you're not done yet. Situation with the Alliance raid and Savage raid for that matter, because after those it has become like predictable that it's going to be 3 parts. It's always 3 parts, so it wouldn't be much of a surprise in Stormblood. He's Lua says, you're scaring me. Well, he had a psychotic laugh. I have to try to make that. Boggy says he's looking for signal to send his selfies through social networks, through his personal tombstone. I don't have any coverage here. The edgy clones, yeah. I'm guessing the reason why they're inverted colors of the good guys is because they're also mindless, according to Sunday. Nero, as the darkness takes him away. This was not part of my plan. All this happened within the tower. Gods preserve. The rift that manifested before the throne was a void gate. Of this I am certain. There exist myriad kinds of void sent. The more powerful the being, the larger the gate must be for it to pass through. It would seem that Sunday sought to open a gate of unprecedented proportions. The one that would allow this cloud of darkness entry into our world. Fortunately for all mankind, he did not succeed. I shudder to imagine what this void sent is capable of. However dreadful it may be, we can't abandon our friends. Is there no way to save them? I will not lie to you, Master Garland. The situation is bleak. The void sent can enter our world. Instances of men entering the void have never been documented. It pains me to give voice to my fears, but we do not even know whether our friends still live. Damn it. I feel so hopeless. Helpless. No, I refuse to give up. We must save Doga and Yune. We share the same eye, it is true, but that is not what motivates me. Above all, I wish to help them to fulfill their mission, a mission whose burden they have borne for thousands of years, and besides, we cannot leave matters as they are. So long as Sunday's Dark Covenant is binding, our world is in danger. It is our duty to prevent the worst from coming to pass. Graha, ever since meeting Une and Doga, you have not quite been yourself. Tell me, is all well with your eye? I honestly can't say. I know only that there is a memory that I must recall. As a child, my father told me that the truth of our eye rests with Alag. The answer eludes me still, but one day I will find it. I am with Graha. However slim the odds, we must try to save Une and Doga. Aye, and that bastard Nero as well, if only to make certain that he won't make any more mischief. You have the right of it. Though we have known them from but briefly, Doga and Une are our comrades. We cannot fail them. I shall consult experts and literature both. We swear to leave no stone unturned. Yet, know that it may be a while before we are ready to act. I would ask that you all be patient. When dealing with the void, one cannot be cautious enough. My thanks again for your assistance. Pray rest now while you can, for when the time comes to go after our friends, you must be at no less than full strength. We'll save them yet, Caetsu. Mark my words. You. And then we pick up the next quest, so that we have it ready. Just a moment. Pokeshak says, when I did this part, I understood it as the greatest leader of the Void Sent being Cloud of Darkness, then doing other stories like Thaumaturge, Red Mage, and Dark Mahak, you realize that there are actually many powerful demons, and they call them their leaders. And yes, Evilise makes it clear that the third time is the charm. There's actually even more Void stuff you haven't seen yet, Pokeshak. There's even more. I think we can probably agree, based on what you probably already know about Void, is that it's pretty much just all chaos. And you would probably imagine that their leadership is the same. Caetsu, it is good you come. I have news you must be made aware of. Alas, none of it bodes well for us, nor for Une, Doga, and Nero imprisoned in the Dark Realm.
Think back upon our last foray into Circus Tower, if you will. The calamity stirred the place from his long slumber and awoke Emperor Sunday, but you, Caetsu, you ensured he was laid to rest permanently. Yet, the Emperor sealed a binding covenant with the terrible voidsent known as the Cloud of Darkness. Even as Doga and Une labored to annul this contract, the entity reached through a rift and dragged the pair of them, and Nero, out of our realm.
Since that day, Noah has devoted itself to rescuing Une, Doga, and Nero from beyond the rift. Our research, however, has exposed a far more dire problem. The Crystal Tower still acts upon Emperor Xande's orders, and collects energy to open another void gate even as we speak. Indeed, the place nigh hums with energy. We've done all we can to stop the Imperial Edict, but to no avail. Just as the gates would open only for Une and Doga, so too will the tower heed only those with the royal blood of Alag.
This is a most galling design. Granted, this was not always so vexatious, according to the elegant tombstone Nero presented us. During the golden age of Alag, the royalty had some means of bestowing their blood upon others. If they hadn't such a technology, Ammon and his underlings could never have controlled the Crystal Tower.
But we do not have either this art or any with royal blood. Every moment we wait, a vast rift through which the Cloud of Darkness can enter our realm threatens to open. Such a disaster cannot be allowed to come to pass. We must seal the Crystal Tower and annul Sunday's covenant with the Dark Realm. If only breaking the ladder would suffice, but then what of the energy building in the Crystal Tower? Without suppression, that power could discharge and cause a calamity, like to the one that destroyed Alag. In truth, we have more than just 3 lost compatriots to worry about. If we do not act, our very world will fall before the might of this threat.
We know but one way out of this predicament. Rescue those who can control the tower from beyond the Dark Realm and seal the rift shut after them. And, mercifully, not all our news is quite so bleak. It is true, we cannot stop the Void Gate from manifesting within the tower, but this can be to our benefit. We can use Circus's power for our own purposes and create a portal to carry us into the Dark Realm.
We have heard this is possible from a man of the Thaumaturgist Guild, well versed in otherworldly matters, and with Master Garland working to create said portal, the final preparations are well underway. And here comes the man himself.
Caetsu, just the woman we need.
Yes, our fellowship is indeed complete, and all parties privy to our strategy. And you, Master Garland, how fare your endeavors?
Quite well. The device is nearly ready, though attaching the damnable thing to Circus Tower took every ounce of ingenuity the Ironworks has got, but it should produce the energy we need. With just a little more fine-tuning, we can open a rift. I'm here to request your presence at the tower. I'll leave Biggs and Wedge at the 8 sentinels as guides, and do hurry, Caetsu. I'm sure you wouldn't miss another chance to save the world, would you? Well, Sid certainly seems to have a firm hand on the helm. Shall we make our way to the Crystal Tower? I think the best I can do for a picture is either a picture of the Crystal Tower or a picture with Graha. How about that? I can get on the barrel. Can I use G-pose to make Graha turn? And that's too far away. Both. Do both.
I think that works. Actually, I am gonna need Raha to look. And that looks pretty nice. Who lost this sassy lost child? Why is she here now? Let me just go down there and get close enough. I believe we just have to go to the entrance, yes? I think I've missed something. There it is. And Procuring says, now that you say chaos, although I did Alexander and Omega unstrength without reading the story, I still have to see what happens in these two raids. You skipped through the story? That's a shame. I do know a lot of people skipped through the Evilly story because they couldn't really find the enthusiasm for it, let's say. I feel like Midgard's armor is a little bit out of place in this picture. That's a little strong. And Procuring says, I don't know why I decided to do it without reading. I felt compelled by the people who were with me in that moment. Anyway, few things. This and this. And if there's anything you guys want to talk about before we finish the stream, this is a good time to think and come up with it. Because after we're done collecting these things, doing these things, I'm going to an inn. Maybe a picture with a tombstone. I don't know, it gets a little old if I use the same emote. This week, I've used one for multiple things. We could do something. And can I get up, like, behind them? Maybe between them? Hello. Oh, that's true. That it is a tombstone, and tombstones are elegant for the most part. Yes. Now we have one, and I think the crystal tower sort of is in the picture too. Sure, let's just go to Uldar. That works. Mm-hmm. Oh, hey OJ. You were in the raid? Huh. That's really funny. And you didn't even say hi. Oh. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you for coming by and saying that. I really appreciate it. We are just about to like wrap up the stream, so usually it means that we talk a little bit about this and that, and then I take a few pictures, and then that's it. So if there's anything you want to talk about, you can. This is the perfect time to ask. It's really interesting because I specifically said earlier this stream that I have yet to experience someone landing in a party with someone that recognized me, like in a random group. So that's really funny. Like I almost spoke it into existence. Yeah, what are the chances? Was it your first time in Crystal Tower as well? Or was it Alliance Roulette that landed you there? You're doing roulette. Yeah, then it's even, like, that's I don't know if that makes it more or less likely. But it's a first. So congratulations, it's the first time it happened and it was with you, OJ. So I don't know if I don't think I recall seeing you on, like, in my stream chats before, and I don't know if I've seen you write comments on my videos. Maybe I don't remember. But have you been watching my channel previously? Is that why it freaked you out? Or was it could also have just been like, wait a minute, I recognize that name. I've seen them in my newsfeed or something. It might have been a long time. I actually think I feel like maybe I have seen you comment something. Anytime I have a query about a rotation or ability, I always check your guides. Well, I'm glad to hear that. You're also always welcome, as I say in my guides. If there's something that you need further clarified, just leave a comment. I actually do check back on videos that are, like, quote-unquote old, and respond in relatively short notice if I'm awake. So, always feel free to ask. But I'm really glad to hear that. And exactly, Lowell. Berg. Indeed, Berg. But yeah, if you're just watching the video, the guides when you need them, that's of course perfectly fine. I just wanted to let you know that the channel has like a schedule posted and stuff. So like, if you're interested in watching streams, of me doing stuff in the game. You should be able to follow it so that you have a chance to see when I'm up to stuff. But if you prefer just watching guides when there's something you need, that's also perfectly fine. Just wanted to let you know. Yep. How about you, Luel? Do you have any final thoughts or questions? Dragon is very fun. I'm guessing Dragoon is very fun. Hey, actually, OJ, I have a question. You wouldn't have happened to be the other Dragoon in the raid, were you? Because that sounds like a possibility if you were doing your your daily roulette. Oh, you were samurai, okay. It's just because we were specifically talking a little bit about the Dragoon, because I kept running into them in a way, because we had thinking the same things. Wait, you say summoner and I say samurai. You said summoner. You're a summoner. Right. I can actually not even remember everyone that was in the raid. So I don't remember which one of them you were. I'm sorry about that. It's still really funny. Yeah, that would be difficult. There were like 5 summoners in that raid. I'm glad to hear that, Luel. Thank you. What a way to end off on like that. Thank you so much, OJ. It's just so funny because we specifically talked about this, that I hadn't ran into anyone that recognized me in random dungeons, and then we do on the exact stream where I bring it up. Petition for less self-management and more inventory management. Pokeshack, the strategy, the big, super big brain strategy is that we want to see how long in the main quest we can get before we have to talk with the retainer about inventory management. One day, we're going to reach inventory like here, and then I'm gonna open this and shove stuff in here. And then we're gonna reach this point again, and then, only then, do we need to sort out the inventory. And I wanna know if we can reach like level 70 before that happens. Wouldn't that be funny? Also, we have a lot of equipment now. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Anyway, that'll be eventually happening. Eventually. We will have our inventory management stream. Poke says Smol doesn't like small dragon. Doesn't want to talk to it. Because she's going to scold her for only eating candy. Oh. Midgard's almost just like, why did I pair up with this idiot? But yeah, if there's nothing else, then I think this is a great time to round off the stream and say that that was that. Thank you all so much for watching, as always. It's always much more fun with you guys. Remember the retainers, Small Dragon. Oh, that's what you mean. No. We're not mad at the Miss CC. We just don't have any ventures for her, so she's really mad. She's mad at us for not getting her some ventures, you see. But yes, good night everyone, or good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. Anyway, I'll hopefully see some of you in, 9 hours, as Pokeshak said. Tomorrow morning we have some mount farm with my free company friends, and I think we're gonna be 6 or 7 if everyone shows up. Good night.